All right, here we are for round two. What were we doing, and where are we doing it? I don't know. That's not the right thing to say, is it? All right, I need to pop out another chat. There we go. Pop out chat. Here we are. Okay. I am clearly doing a terrible job with my YouTube, but that is fine. We're not going to worry too much about that one now. Let's see. Okay, back into streamer mode. Pop, 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 pop. Where is that? Streamer mode enabled. There we go. Snap. Okay. Okay. We were in the midst of writing documentation, weren't we? And making some changes. I think we might tackle the canvas widget today as well, right? But I don't know if this thing is actually relevant. Should we even have this? Oh, I wish I remember. I wish I remember what I was talking about before I went for lunch. And I thought, there's no way I'm going to forget. Here we are. No idea. Look at you. We can close you down. Pop, pop. All right. Third-party components. That's what we are going to write about, though. It was the name there, wasn't it? So I think we're just going to go through this thing, right? Started with P, started with P, publishing, maybe. I don't know where I started there, but could be. Components, let's see. Yeah, that looks all right. Yeah, that's fine. External state, internal state, ignore fields. We should probably have more examples. So let's do some examples as well. It was I just had scrambled eggs for lunch though. I did not have the chili. I'm gonna have chili for dinner instead. I should have made a shake though. Okay. All right, so mouse, focus context is updated everywhere. I think this should be fine. Messages, this is how we do it. We're gonna emit messages. Yeah. I think this is where I was, all right? Now, I think that people have wanted to get values out of the, and maybe we already have this. I think you can read values now. So if we look at the attribute test, yeah, you can get values out of there. I think there's such a thing as get ref for when you want to get a string. Maybe we should mention that in the documentation, right? So get and get ref, element query, casted element filter, insert a value, and then after. I'm not loving this. I think we're going to change this insert pending, well, insert a value. It's possible to assign a value. To an element using the set function on the attributes. And then we do this instead. So we're going to have a value. We just do this. By tag position, each attribute set. No, that ain't right. Set pending to. First of all, that makes no sense. Set background to red. That makes more sense. But Yeah, and we can't do that because this is a string slice, right? And then we can also have a getting values from attributes. It's to read values from the from an element. To read values from attributes, use the get function. Now, here is the thing, though. Here's the thing. So we're going to have get, but we're going to use get ref for this thing. And we're going to write another example. Don't need to say component event there. It's kind of implied. Actually, no, component event is fine to say there. So that will be attrs.get is true. And we're going to say that's a bool. Like so. Wow, that's basic Scott, but hopefully it'll help, right? I think this should work, but we're gonna take this for a spin. You use the get function to get copy values to get a reference such like a string slice. Use get ref. It's a little bit finicky using these get functions to get values in and out of there, right? But we want to copy that and we want to get a reference to that. It's a little bit, all right, as the correct terminology is. Okay, so let's try this. We don't need this. We don't need this here either. Reduce noise. Okay, let's go to ROM. Is this running now? It is. Okay. Now let's get a value out of there. Okay, so let's start by looking in the template. And we're going to have a border. And we're going to assign an attribute called lark is 1, 2, 3. Now, we should be able to try to read that out on something like a tick, maybe. Or on a key. No, that's a child. All right, fine. We have to implement this. No. Get out of here. Where's my tick? Well, actually, we can use the on key. It's so noisy to do this thing, but anywho, elements dot by attribute. What do we call this thing, right? We called it lark. Okay, well then lark 1, 2, 3 dot first L attrs. Oh, Nelly, why are these all called component context? Let's just do away with that, shall we? Component context to context. And this thing has to be across the entire buffer, like so. And that should be self-state, but I think I have bungled. Hello, Monokuma, how you doing? How are you? Let's get rid of all this jazzmatazz that we don't need. Accept focus is false. That's not gonna fly, my good guy. Ooh, but that was not taken into consideration when we... There's a bug. There's another bug. Context. No, self-state. How you doing today, Monokuma? Okay, let's panic in here. Yay. It works. Okay, so can we now do attrs.get 1, 2, 3. So this should complain. And we want to get a I64, I believe, is what we want to get. Go down, thank you. Try that again. There we are. Panic? Why? Oh, very productive. We're close to release. We're gonna do a game though. Unlimited, because we already played classic. It was not easy. I failed miserably. And what's the next one? It's okay. Pokemon what? How many Pokemoms is there? Pokemon blah Colosseum. Oh my god, there's so many Pokemon. Probably. What is that? Kirby? I don't know. There's no way. Look how many there are. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know what that is. I guess Pokemon. Oh, what is that? What is that letter? Pokemon dog. What's the name of the dog Pokemon? You can't solve it for me if you know. Is that like an S maybe? So Pokemon S. I know it's not that because those came out on Switch, right? Oh no, that is Shield, isn't it? Stop solving it for me. You're cheating. It wasn't. You bamboozled me. It's Pokemon dog thing. I don't know what that is. This doesn't tell me anything. I don't know Pokemon. It was sword and not shield. What? You can't fight with a sword in your mouth. What a stupid dog. Get yourself checked, man. You might be a lunatic. I don't know. Okay, so we can't just call get. That failed. It's supposed to be an option T. Can this panic? No. Why is this failing? What is it? What do you panic on? What is this? Okay, this isn't the problem, is it? No. This is the problem. Okay, why don't we just do everything but that? It's also not an issue. Oh my god, I have failed in life. Okay. Now we can do it. Yay! What do we get? Woo! We got a 1, 2, 3. Now, question is, can I get an I-32 or a U-32 out of this? To right, I can. All right. So that's all well and good. But what if we change this to a string then? Hello there. Now this should just give us nothing back. It doesn't even work. It does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. Oh, we ended up in C code. Abort! Abort! Hello, Ollad. How you going? Back to bed? Wow, thank you so much for the cheer, Ollad. That dog should be fixed, I say, but it might take care of it itself, you know? He's running around with a sword in his mouth, right? It might be an auto-fixing dog. Thank you so much, Ollad. Appreciate it. Why is this doing nothing? ¿Qué es eso? El Modbrog. ¿Qué pasa? I forgot to make tea, didn't I? Why aren't we getting anything? So this thing should just return none, but it doesn't seem to do anything. No panic either. Auto-fixing dog. Oh, this is doing my head in a little bit. Oh, sheep. Okay. You know what? Let's get by tag instead. And it's a border, and we want the first one. There we go. Now we got it. There we are. None, please. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, in this instance, we can't do this because it doesn't have... Well, we can't do that either. But we can get ref. No. Whee! So we can get references. We just can't set strings. Okay. Hello, Enrico. Now, does this work if we are using state values? So let's see what we have in the old state. Parent has. Select. Okay, so we can use screen there. Let's do Lark is screen. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Alright. And we're gonna get... No, we're gonna do this. Alright, so we can go back to getting a U32. It doesn't matter what we get, as long as it's a number. Run it. Invalid type. Oh, Nelly. Step into this mess. Get value. All right, so we got ourselves an eval val, and we're going to do a load on this thing. And it's a dyn value. This should not. Oh. This thing can fail sort of differently. It's an option, but then it isn't. Okay, we need the help of Rust Panic. Okay. Oh, we're trying to dereference the element state. I wonder if I'm going to fix this or not. I'm not overly concerned about it. But you can make a nonsense out of this. Okay, so we're calling as ref here. Can we do, oh bollocks, we're calling the ref on the shared value. Ugh. Okay, so we might have to go a different route here. We're back to breaking on the Rust panic again, are we? Let's do it. Break on Rust panic. Ah! Yeah. What? Up we go. Okay. So as ref, this is where we would like to do something like try as ref. Of course, we can't do that because this is coming from dref. So we have to change the way we're doing the dref here. Value, try to make shared. Wait, oh, this is the dref thing. Ah, so we should do not a dref, but rather a try dref here. And what are you? You are shared. Okay, shared. Shared, please. You're not a shared state, are you? You're just shared. Okay, yeah, you were there, right there. There you are. For shared. For shared. And this, what do we have here? Element state. Okay, so how do we go from shared to element state? State.inner is element state, so we will make a try as ref here on shared. Read. The brain is just doing its own thing here. Yes, it is. Don't need any of that in there. Hello, Maxwell. I hope you are well. Try as ref. But then we don't need any of this option nonsense. Whoopsie, deleted everything and then some. Fiddlesticks. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's a good one. Not the panic. Not the goat. All right, so where are we? here. So we try to get lock, but it's a number. And then this fails then. This is none. Okay. Because we might have to get the specific value here. This is where things gets a little bit hairy, because this can only be a U8. So unlike, and I don't know how we're going to convey this. Right? This might actually work. All right. The reason this works is because we're getting a U8 from the state, right? So you have to know what it is, but this means that we can read state values from the attributes, right? I clearly have to document that. Note that calling attributes get U32 will work for any number as long as the number is part of the template. Is from part of the template. If the number in question is coming from a state, then the exact type has to be used. So this number is part of the template, regardless of the... Oh no, this is not expressing this well. So if the number is written into the template, you can autocast the number. But if the number is written... If the number is written as a state value, then you have to have the exact name. So note that some values can be autocast if they come from the template, e.g. a I64 can be cast to a U8 from the following template. Text key 1 2, why not? And then this is probably just related to numbers though, isn't it? Numbers in the template can be also cast to any numerical type. Does this include floating point values? So if I change my template to have 1, 2, 3 there, put a breaky poo over there. This is now 1, 2, 3. Yes, it is. However, if I make it 1.123, what will you do then? No. So we should say, note that integers in the template can be autocast to any integer type as long as the value is hard-coded into the template and not originating from state. However, integers cannot be cast to floats and vice versa. Okay, let's go the other way. Let's get an F32 from an F64. Why does that say U8? Why are we getting option U8 here? Am I simple? Oh. Oh. You can't get a float value. Well, I don't know about you, but that seems pretty bad. This leads us to try from common val. We have floats. There's got to be a bunch of macros in here, all right? That looks pretty floaty to me. What does this do? From up, but we're looking at try from, aren't we? Yes, we are. So this is going to be import try from. Man, this project never ends. It's like what's that thing called that you have? A nightmare. Fine, you're still broken, you fiddlestick. Why? All right, it's time for the debuggery. Go in there, get the value. That's a common float value. Load. And then we're loading a static value. Oh, right. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Oops. It's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit awkward, right? Okay. What about now? Yay! All right. So can we do an F32 here as well then? Yeah, we can. We call this Sisyphus development. Oh, Sisyphus. All right, gotcha. That's a new spelling of Sisyphus. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, we got flows. Your wife, oh man, I love my wife, but she snored once. So I carried her outside. I mean, that's just normal. Okay. So we fixed a bug. How an integers cannot be cast to floats. But is that true now? I wonder if that's just not true. Yeah, it is true. Okay. I mean, we could technically make that work maybe, but let's not. Integers cannot be cast to floats. And can floats be cast to integers? No, we just try that. Floats cannot be cast to integers. Okay, so we got get there. What about setting values? Setting attributes is what a normal person would say. Sisyphus with a Y and a P and an H, right? But yes. Who cares? Me, I care. You will pay for this. All right, so we're gonna do a set here now. All right, so we are going to set is true to true. Ooh, and we're gonna set background to red. I feel like I've done this. Then I do that up here. Yeah, okay, so why don't we avoid writing the same documentation twice? It seems, you know, smart. But, yeah, getting values is less relevant than setting values. Okay, I think we're good there then. Should we have a quick read? Element query. Both component events and messages provides an element query that can be used to access elements and attributes in the component. Of the component. You access the attributes of the component, not in the component. Wait. Attributes can be read or written to. Attributes can be read and written to. It's both. Since attribute values may originate from the component state, it is invalid to access the state and the attribute at the same time if they come from the same source. Okay, I want to have an example of this where we break something. So I took the training wheels away because they were cumbersome. And now it can go really fast on these metaphorical bikes of ours. But that also means that I took away a little bit of the safety. Yeah. So if I do something like this, okay, let's break this. Template, screen. Now, if I were to get this now, okay, we have none because it's a U8. Remember that types are important when it comes from the state. I don't know how we're going to get around that, though. We can't really get around that. Okay, so we have a value. Now, if we do something really crappy here, right, and we do state.screen.set to 2, this might just fall apart. No, it didn't, because we don't have them at the same time. What about if we get a reference to a string and instead of a screen we use weather now this surely will be a painful experience. Oh, okay, it just didn't work. Because we can't get a reference to a string that's coming from there. Okay, I think I am just making shit out then, right? We can. This is nonsensical. Because you're only going to get a copy of the value. Okay, we never needed that safety feature that you were so excited about. Fine. It's possible to cast an element to specific widget using the to method. The to method returns a mutable reference to t. For an immutable reference, use toRef. If the element type is unknown, use try to and try to ref respectively. There is no reason to ever do this. When wouldn't you know the element type? But there might be some weird scenario where you're getting something by attribute and you have to try away. Okay. Then I think we're good there. Then we get to the last bit here. Third-party components. Associated functions. So how do we even talk about third-party components now? know. Why do people keep asking me if it's bevy? You're not the first one to ask, Kubilai. It's like the second one today to ask if this is bevy. I wonder why people ask. Does it look like bevy? Hello, Ibradev. Components, the EasyS, and the component system. But there are components in so many things, right? Is that why? Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know this. Oh, messed up. Okay. Oh, fair enough. It's okay. I was just confused why people kept asking that. So it's the component thing. Interesting. Yes, Kugate. It really is. You're on to me now. Okay. Components can be made reusable by implementing placeholders and associated functions. Now, we need to talk about placeholders. That's going to be in component reuse. And we're going to end up talking about this twice now. No, we're going to change this third-party components to reusable components. Okay, let's move source components third-party to source components reusable. All right, and then we're going to open up our sum array. And then third becomes reusable components. Yeah. There we go. And then we're going to go to components and find the slots. Okay, reusable components. I'm going to move this over to reusable. And then we're going to get rid of this state business there. Okay. So now this is very small. Okay, reusable component. Components can be reusable by implementing placeholders and associated function. A component can have named placeholders. Then we don't need a topic there, right? A component can have a named placeholders, not a named placeholder. For external children, the template for my component. When using a component with named children, use the placeholder name to inject the elements. My component, my children, hello world. So this will place hello world there. Associated functions. These look almost like callbacks, however, they run at the end of the update cycle and not instantly. To associate a function with another component, use the So how do we explain this then? We're almost, this is what Londo needs from us to be able to do the thing he does. To associate a function with another component, use the following syntax. The input component can now call Yes, he does, Minxie. We are in it to win it with Londo. How you doing this fine day, Minxie? I'm good. I'm good. I'm very happy. We're almost about to push this and make it official. Hello, Cass. How you doing? That has to be a reference. Ugh, I have to handcraft this line that I haven't written in 100 years. So we're going to pretend that this is our input now. Good work, Cass. You bought the Pine Time. Is that remotely useful? I thought this was gonna. I confused it with the Pebble. A week-long battery. For not only your Pine phone, which I don't have anymore, but also for your favorite device, any phone, tablet, even PC. In its current state, the Pine Time ships with a community firmware called Infinitime, which works with Linux computers and phones, Windows machines, and Android iOS support is currently being looked into. Step counting. Uh, 4 megabyte of user storage? What? Is that right? 5 megabyte. Is it supposed to be gigabyte? Wow, it actually turns up. So the inspiration for this was that it's annoying the way we build terminal interfaces these days. There is no megabytes. You can have custom apps for this thing. No, you can't, because there's no storage for it. You can't store any amount of data in there, right? 4 megabyte is great for some text data, but honestly, that seems weird. So the problem, Twitch TD, right, where I went with this thing, I was really frustrated with how we build terminal user interfaces or text user interfaces, because it's such a designing these things is such a palaver, right? You have to do this like build cycle and everything, you know, code save, compile, run, code save, compile, run, and all the stuff that this documentation that I'm writing in London. I'm writing it now. So all the stuff that there's a lot of things that frustrate me with all this stuff, right? So the other thing is the customization, right? So you got Vim, you got Tmux, you got HTOP, or whatever terminal applications people use, YFM, what have you, right? All these have different config formats with different ways of configuring them. So the config is always bespoke to the application. So I thought, why don't we make this thing faster, better, and in Rust? No, that's not what I thought. And I thought, why don't we make this thing a little bit more uniform and actually allow a layout cycle that doesn't drive you crazy? So to show you as part of the example, when I'm messing around with this now, right? But allow me to show you something. So I'm running this program here now, Twitch. And if I go into my templates and I don't want just this lol username up there, I might want something else, right? So why don't we add some other stuff to it, right? I can do away with that and we're just going to put some text. I am a lovely little sausage, right? And when I save that, it updates the template. So you can explore and try things out while your application is running, right? This is why, this is what I want people to be able to do. I want people to be able to say, okay, what does this look like if we make the text italic, right? And what happens if we make the foreground black, but we make the background magenta? Wait, unterminated string somewhere. Hang on, I'm scanning. There we go. There you go, right? You don't have to do anything with it. The program just keeps on running and running and running. And we can, well, there's a lot we can do. It does word wrapping and all that. How do we handle updates? So if you want to write something like htop is dual with sending events. I wrote an htop clone in under half an hour with this called a top. And I might have broken it now and it's really bad. But yeah, I can probably fix this reasonably fast by just adding self sysdate here. And we don't do query anymore. I think that was like test code, but yeah. So this is showing some percentage, CPU, and all that stuff, right? So you can go and look at the template now, and you can modify this while we're actually running it, right? So I just wrote this ridiculous thing. If the system name is Arch Linux, then we append the BT dubs in there, right? We can take that out, right? And then it updates the template, right? There's a lot of things you can do, right? Maybe you want OS to be capitalized for some reason or other, right? I don't know. You can sort of read the code and see how simple this thing is. We don't need the percentage mark in there. We can do like % instead, right? Makes more sense, doesn't it? All right. And yeah, there's you know, floating layouts, the whole thing, right? So it's very similar to YAML, right? And we don't do things like treat no like false. There's none of that. This wouldn't be expressible with JSON. This would look really weird with JSON. How would this look like? We'd have like a name or element would be vstack, and then children, and then we would have another element in here, right? Element row, and then we would have children. This is not better, right? All right, sorry, we can't have trailing comma in JSON because JSON is evil. No, it's not. Right, and then here we're gonna have two borders, right? So we would have element border. All right, and then we would have children. I don't think that this is better to read, right? So we would have something. I mean, you can see we haven't even gotten to this VStack. We've done the first VStack, the row and the border, and look at how much text we've written already. Whereas this is just VStack row border, right? There aren't tools to transform AML. not right this second, but tooling can be built. This is very close to YAML, right? We can just pretend that it's YAML for the sake of this now. There is no curly bracket or C-style language that's gonna function as a markup language. JSON isn't a markup language. Technically, YAML ain't a markup language, right? It's in the name, but this is the best that I could see for expressing layouts. And I even asked my community, if you guys got better syntax, I'm interested. But I don't want curly brackets and I don't want semicolons, right? Because we're talking about markup and layout. And HTML and XML is not that. XML would have made this thing very heavy. No. It's all good. I'm just explaining why. And people should explain why. Because when you invent another language, you're asking people to go about and learn something that they didn't know before. And why should you learn something you didn't know before? Personally, I don't think Dart should exist. I think Dart makes no sense. But Dart isn't a layout language, right? That's my reasoning, okay? Dart exists because of Flutter, and someone tried to use it instead of JavaScript. I don't know. I haven't heard from them since. But we should have to justify. We should not have stopped that list, okay? We should justify why we are making choices like this, right? Why should anyone learn this thing? And the answer is because there is nothing better, to my knowledge, to express markups, right? We have HTML, but given that we have for loops, how would this for loop look in HTML? We would literally have a for, and then key is equal to p, and binding would be processes, right? And then, yeah, I mean, I don't know. This whole thing just makes me sad to write. So XML style does not hold water. JSON, you can format JSON however you want, but JSON was never meant to be consumed by humans, right? No one really wants that, right? V4 in Vue, really? That. Okay, I want to look at what a for loop in Vue, what this looks like. I looked at so much stuff. Oh, they write the actual for loop in there as a text string. I don't think that's good. So what do you do if you want to? You know, I don't know. Cursed. Yeah, this written as a string kind of rubs me the wrong way, but what do I know? I don't use Vue. This might be really intuitive to Vue.js developers. They might be like, nah, this for loop saved my life, man. It's amazing. But the point is, back to this thing is, now anyone can look at this and more or less figure it out, right? I say more or less figure it out, but let's say you want to, oh yeah, we set this to, let's say anyone wants to do something with this thing. Like maybe you want to make some kind of, I don't know what people want to do, right? But you might just want to show the number of CPUs and the system name, right? This thing couldn't be simpler, right? Text and CPU count, right? CPUs. What do we have? CPU count, right? CPU count. And we want to show system name, right? Then we can just do sys name. There we go, right? That's it. And maybe this is what you want to do, and you're really into like customizing, and you spend a lot of time on our Linux pawn, or is it Unix pawn? I don't remember. Something with pawn. But you're not a programmer. But if you do a little bit of looking at this stuff, then you can very easily figure out how to customize this thing, right? So if you wanna make any changes to this stuff, it is really, really simple, right? Foreground, and we could use hex colors, but let's just use black here. All right, now it's barely legible, right? And background, well, make it white. All right, or gray, right? It's really, really easy to understand and use this without having to be a programmer. So all the customization that people want to do who aren't even programmers, the first time they run into an Anathema-backed application, they have to understand a little bit of AML. But you're going to have to do the same thing with a config format, right? So instead, you end up with things like, let's go with tmux config status line, right? Let's look at a tmux status line and see what this looks like, all right? Okay, why are you so amazingly shit? Okay, there we go. All right, are you not going to give us... Oh, right, okay. Just look at this beautiful thing, right? This is outputting, I don't know what client prefix is, and then some color. I don't know why this is there, but you have to read and understand all this stuff, right? You have to figure out how all this stuff works, and that's how you do something, right? Whereas if you have done one thing or looked at one thing with Anathema, you'll know the markup language. And even better, you wouldn't have to do this, right? You wouldn't have to explain to someone, this is how you do a status line. Now, you just do a status line, right? If we're going to do a horizontal stack, we're going to put everything in here. We're supposed to have some space in between, right? So well, I guess we could just do the pipe character. That works for now, right? All right, there's a pipe character. Maybe we want to add a little bit of space in between there, okay? Maybe we don't want this silly stuff in there. Just want the sys name, all right? So that's our status bar, right? Whatever we want in there. It's you only have to know this once, right? And more importantly, if you are writing documentation, you can just link to the Anathema markup language. You don't actually have to write, this is how you do this, that, and the other. You just link to this. And if you want to have a horizontal stack, you have to look at the elements, right? You can't learn something without looking at it. That makes sense, right? But you have all these simple default attributes and widgets that you can use and why they exist and what the point of them are, right? It's vastly more simple. So you can focus on building an application that provides the data you want to provide. So you can write your tmux like implementation, and then all you have to do for your status bar is just build a template for it, kind of thing. Ah, the for loops. Could this be like a desktop widget? Hard to talk about that right now. Unix hub? Isn't Unix super old? If your config requires for loops, other programming, why not just use a programming language? Well, now you see that is it, right? It's not, right? I don't know what HCL is, but the for loops are just there for repetition. It's not a programming language, it's a markup language. How good will your library be for terminal-based games? Very, because we also have a canvas widget that will allow you to draw. So if you want to make it, let me just show you a screenshot. All right, I love this that Jinthe did. Let me just scroll up to find it because I think it looks great. It looks so good. Oh wow, there's a lot of conversations that happened since then. Let me just pop this open in the browser. Look at this. This is done with Anathema. All right. This looks so fun. I want to play this and it doesn't exist yet, right? Is this the thing for Kubernetes maybe? I don't know. That's a bit vague. Oh, HashiCorp. Okay. Ah, gotcha. Isn't there a way to enforce an aspect ratio for a container? Because characters in the terminal are not square. I'm not sure what you mean, Yusuf. Yusuf, you can obviously limit the size, and you have the size of the viewport available, so you can code in a size that gives you an aspect ratio. I think this looks great. Yeah, they've really, Genthip's really got a good eye for design. I asked them if I could use this for the README file, and I think I will. I think this is just so delightful, and looks like so much fun, right? I think that there isn't anything out there that solves this problem, where the customizability of the application is left to the end user if they want to. Today, we implemented a new feature where you don't have to specify, you don't have to include your templates as part of your application, right? You could, if you wanted to, hard code the template into the program, right? So in this case, we might be able to write text. Hello here. If I try to run this now, it's going to try to load a file named hello, right? Can't do that. So, but we can do two templates here. And there we go, right? So we have now hard-coded our template into our program. But that makes it really difficult to do the prototyping, because that is what is really nice about this thing, right? That I can just do this and it's just going to keep updating as I'm running it, right? It is very pog. Thank you. So yeah, we're in the midst of writing documentation. There are obviously a lot of stuff going on here. So we are going to continue. Well, it's open source and free, so you can buy free shares, Twitch TD. Free shares. They cost nothing, and everyone gets an infinite amount of shares. So we're writing this thing where we're explaining this. I can't, for example, make a chessboard in the terminal square because the individual characters are not square. There are chess 2s, but they don't have a square chessboard. No, you could maybe do something. Again, I haven't really thought about this, but maybe we could do something like a column, right? With some text, and we're just gonna do this. Yeah, see, this will center the character. And if we do this, it's gonna lay it out like that. So it's square. And then we chuck the old border around this, right? You might have to fix some sizes, all right? I honestly don't know. I have not tried to make a chessboard. Oh yeah, can't put a border around that, can we? We have to put a border around here instead. Like that. And then rather than having to deal with this, we just do for whatever. Whoops. That's the wrong button, that's why. And I think we wanted like 3 in there, right? It's weird when there's lyrics and this kind of music, right? There you go. There's your squares. Yeah, but you have Unicode chess characters, right? Unicode chess. You have chess characters, and you have playing card characters like suits and what have you. Are you really not gonna show me the chess characters then? All right. Oh no, that doesn't work. There you go, right? Let's copy this guy. So I'm gonna put this guy here. Grab a couple of rooks as well, right? Who doesn't like a rook in their nook? I don't know, that sounded kind of unnecessarily weird. All right, there you go. So you get It doesn't look very pretty, does it? But you got the hat lady and the topper, all right? With GUI one day, yeah. Do you plan on making language server for template language? Maybe, Vadik. I haven't done so because I've never done a language server. I know someone, was it Doddy that tried to do? Someone did something, but I don't know what we would do in terms of language servers, right? Go to definition should do what? I don't use autocomplete, so I'm not the target audience for that. I think that would have to be something that someone else comes up with, and I just, use it. But let's not do this, because this doesn't look as chessy as it should do, right? We should have like every other... so in this case, we should have a different background, right? So background should be white. We go with gray so our eyes don't explode. And then the foreground can be white, black. All right. Is this right? Am I doing it right? All right, there you go. Chessy. Or just do this, right? Why not do this? Yeah, I don't know what people would get out of a language server for Anathema. I'm not saying that we can't have one. It would just auto complete things like the elements. Maybe, hello, big lump of iron. We're kind of looking at it right here. So this is a terminal program running, and I'm just making things up here, like most people on Twitch. Wait, I'm missing one, aren't I? I bungled. No, wait, that. See, we just increased our chessboard, right? And then here I want to let the queue instead, because why not, right? It's really not difficult to use, right? You could totally make a chess game in this thing, right? We have everything from mouse events to whatever, right? I made a drag and drop example at some point, right? Actually, since I've done so many changes now, I'm not going to go and fire that up, right? But this will allow you to build applications, and you can do so with hot reload. So this entire chessboard that we have here, we're just going to throw it out, right? Gone, right? I think since we can have, like in this case, we're referring to something called an input component, right? But that component, you have to go through Rust to know about the input, because you have to know about this part, right? Oh, stop pasting the chessboard. I'm trying to press Control P and not regular P. So our input ammo, okay, so we can get rid of this container here. There we go. So this thing is overflowing, right? If we make it a little bit wider, I don't know what we have, like this weird hello world. I can type in here, right? And in here too. And this key here is mapped to this key. This is doing what we're about to write documentation for, right? How I can write in one place and it will appear somewhere else, right? No, language server alone is probably not going to be that useful. I think the next step in terms of tooling is going to be either formatters or more likely syntax highlighting, a color theme for this thing, right? A syntax file for Vim or whatever, whatever Sublime Text is using, right? So what is the use of this thing? Of course, I have done various applications with this thing for fun. One of the programs that I wrote with this thing was a scammed code editor which allows me to write code while I'm not writing code, right? I have to fix this thing. Again, I just broke everything and then some. Unwrap on none. Oh, right. Silly me. We have to point this to a file. I guess we can point it to itself, right? There we go, right? Oh, and then it died. I want to see what the error is. Unwrap on none on 242. This program is a hack, by the way, just so you know. Oh yeah, what is this supposed to be? Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, now I remember. Again, this is a hack for me to make videos with. There you go, right? So this thing is now typing, but obviously I'm not the one typing this thing, right? And this is really useful if you're making a video explaining something and you don't want to just drop large chunks of text in front of the person watching the video, but instead you're able to describe what is happening, why it's happening. They can follow along, they know where the cursor are, they know what you're talking about, right? This comes from a pet peeve of mine when I do watch programming videos that are either just dumping blocks of code and you have to try to consume all of it in one go, or they're talking about something but you don't know exactly where they are in the conversation. This includes being able to put things like waypoints in the syntax. 1 second. Yeah, see, I can even parent while this thing is happening. That's how good it is, right? Lip syncing for programmers. Oh man, I wish you would have said that before we named the scam ad, right? But it's not about deceiving the viewers. It's about the viewer following along with what is happening. So this is not, I mean, the program is literally called Scam Ed, right? This is not so people can pretend to write flawless code. When you're watching someone produce code on a video, there are two things that will happen. Either they will make typos and mistakes because they haven't run the code yet. And that's really annoying because now they either leave those typos in there and you have to watch them and it adds zero value to you. Or they have to spend hours editing their videos. I used to do this series called 300 Seconds of Rust. It's not really interesting. Don't watch it. And I could spend 4 hours just removing meaningless content, right? I literally made it for YouTube videos that I make, right? I made a video on implementing slabs in Rust. And let's see if I can find said video. No, because I can't spell. It's called Slabs and Crabs because I let the community name things. That's never a mistake. All right, let's go to YouTube and find it. There's a lot of crab videos there. Hi. So this is the video. If you haven't seen it, you liked it. There was like you and 2 other people then, right? Oh, I can't even do that. But if we do this and we skip to this part here, right? Where we actually do this thing, right? And we're not going to listen to the audio, right? But this allows me to pause. You can see that thing is pausing, right? When it's doing something. And we can talk about something, right? So we can explain something and now it's paused. So it literally show you when it's paused and when it's going to go again, right? So we can describe and talk about something without having to go back and fix typos. And we know that the code runs before we do this, right? Which, imagine if you're recording video. I don't think we need to look at this anymore, but you can see that it's scrolling down by itself and everything. Imagine if you're working on a video and you're implementing something that is semi-large and then it doesn't compile. You've made a mistake somewhere. So now you have to go and re-record that whole thing. It is open source, but it's a massive hack. I've just hacked it together. It's on my GitHub somewhere. Hang on, what's this thing? I've been looking at this so long that I can't figure out why the index on entry occupier gets messed up, which is made entry occupied cell ID. Oh yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'm looking into this thing, right? The annoying part with scammed is that you have to put the function you want to implement in that order. Yeah, it's definitely not perfect, right? It's not something that I would recommend to use. I've used Charmbrace in the past. This might also be helpful, especially for creating GIFs, as someone suggested earlier for docs. It would be pretty bad, Doddy, if I didn't use my own thing to create the GIFs, right? Yeah, which is why I'm not eager to share it, but it's like the code is a massive hack, okay? But Skylar talked about it and mentioned some things that should be there. And I said, if we're gonna do this properly, then we have to rewrite this thing, right? There are unwraps in the code, which is a massive no in my book. There are lots of hacks in there, right? This isn't even sensible to do, right? This is just weird that we're doing this. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, right? LinkedIn Park said it the best. But now we're writing documentation so other people can understand and use this thing, right? There is way to navigate somewhere, right? Yes, but it didn't work great because it crashed twice before I went into the source and looked at it to understand why, right? But okay, so what we just solved, or what we solved recently that isn't documented, is how someone else can create a widget or a component, and you can use that. But this component that is isolated and not accessible to you source-wise, right? Because you might be using this as a library, as part of library, right? This component can generate events, but we have no way of propagating these events, right? Because events don't work that way. But we have a means to associate events with something else, right? And that is what we're currently documenting. So if you make a third-party component, you can now publish events that are just borrowing the state. So even better performance-wise, right? Okay, so where did we get to with this? That was a long tirade, but here we are, right? Components can be made reusable by implementing placeholders and associated functions. A component can have named placeholder for external children. And this explains how we kind of have a placeholder. So if you want to inject something here under my component, you just add the slot name and then you write the code on there, right? It's all good, Twitch. Associated functions, these look almost like callbacks. However, they run at the end of the update cycle and not instantly. To associate a function with another component, this should not be another component. It should be a parent component. Whoops. With the parent, use the following syntax. So associated functions only works with parents, obviously, because they are defined inside the parent. You could, of course, create a propagation chain if you wanted to, right? But if you are transferring a value between your own components, then it is more sensible to send messages within the components than not, right? Which reminds me, we are gonna add an emitter to the context. Let's do that quickly because that's gonna be way better than what we had in the past. So here is the context. Here's the untyped context. And what we could do, we are just gonna put an emitter here, emitter, and that's gonna be a reference to, I wonder if we can do this, emitter. Oh, maybe we can. Can we then just say emitter, self.emitter? Yeah, go on then. Feed emitter. Wait, it was already there. Holy cannoli. All right, hang on to your sockets. Hang on. I'm about to implement something that was always there. Okay then. Interesting. Well, since that's already part of it, why don't we let the context emit instead, right? So let's go and find the context. And And let's implement our untyped context. We don't need a lifetime for this implementation. We're going to have a function called emit. That's going to take a reference to self. It's going to be generic over t. T. It's going to have a value of t. And it's also going to have a recipient, which is a component ID that is generic over t as well. Now this thing does not return anything. It's just there. And then self.emitter.emit, recipient, and value. I do not think this thing can fail. Yes, it can, but we are not gonna deal with that, I said, as I decided to deal with it. Cannot do that. We need a cycle detected, Eurocycle. What magic is that? Is there really a cycle in there? Because the result? No. You, on the other hand, have to be static. This is annoying. It doesn't have to be send and sync as far as we are concerned, but it has to be send and sync from Flume, right? My scam extension is an even bigger hack because I quit Anathema sometimes. Wonderful. I think I know explicitly why I see gold. It decouples the TUI components from the data point. Yes, that is very well put. It separates the front end from the back end, in other words, right? So your layout, your user interface, and the whole layout aspect is not ingrained in your business logic, for lack of a better word. It's weird to talk about business logic when we talk about terminal applications, but if you look at things like Ratatouille, which is great. Don't get me wrong, Ratatouille is great. But if you look at these things, they are very complicated to build user interfaces with, right? I used, as an example, I looked at this Spotify TUI. And if we look at this thing, the actual user interface for this thing, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Let's go into the UI. Let's look at the mod here, right? And let's start scrolling. This is to describe the user interface. There's a lot going on here, right? Why would you even want this as your code, right? Why would you want this in your backend? Why would you want this in your application, right? This would be so much nicer to have it broken down into components in a more human digestible format, right? This is really a lot of lines of code to describe the user interface. I wouldn't even want to touch this thing. Not to mention that since it's not hot reloadable, you're going to have to restart the application every time you make a change. And since it's... Let me show you something. One more thing before we crack on with this. Do I have... Or, you know what? We can maybe do this in the ROM project here, right? All right, let's do this. We're going to make a new template. We're going to call this thing screen1.aml. And oh, look at that. I am screen1 doodles. Okay, whatever that is. Okay, do we have a screen2 as well then while we're at it? Yes. Okay, wonderful. So we have not registered. There's no registering of screen1 and screen2. So let's register these two. Register component screen1, and that's gonna be, unsurprisingly, screen1, and we're gonna have units here, and we'll register screen2 as well. So now we can use screen1 and screen2, and we already have a screen value here, right? Somewhere. Okay, here's our screen value. The whole thing was called like select the screen, right? So if we were to go down to something like the key event, we're just going to do this on key event. We don't care about the border here. This is completely irrelevant code right now. So let's just get the screen here. That's going to equal to state.screen. We're going to get a mutable reference to this thing. So we can change it. If the screen is equal to 1, and we're going to dereference to see that, then we're going to say that the screen is equal to 2. We have to dereference that. Otherwise, we just say the screen is equal to 1, right? Okay. There's nothing particularly exciting about this code. Okay. So if we go into our template now, get rid of this thing, and we're going to say if screen is equal to 1, then, whoops, curly brackets, naughty, naughty, then we're going to have screen 1, all right? Else screen 1, that becomes screen 2. Okay. Cyclic, whatever. What is that? What does that keep happening? All right, cargo clean. Something, something, somewhere. I did something. Lifetime mismatch on the emit. Oh, didn't we fix this? Okay. No, I was in the middle of writing an emit function. Okay, we'll come back to the emit function, okay? All right, so I'm running this thing now, and we can pretend that border style. Is that it? No. Did I make a little boo-boo in the here, right? We don't have to do anything here. We're just going to say text screen 1. All right. And screen 2. All right. So we can swap between these two. Okay. But since I'm working on screen 2, because screen 2 is my artist screen, right? Then we say vstack artist. No, sorry, text artist, right? And then here we're gonna have some artist name, right? Whatevs. And then I'm screen 2. We can keep working on this thing. We don't have to restart the application, navigate our way through the application to get to where we want to be, right? And then if we go back to screen 1, we can of course work on screen 1 too, right? So if this is going to be our list of whatevers, right? Our list of artists, whatever, you just work on it, right? This is entirely hot reloadable, and that makes the whole process very easy to work with. All right, this is a stone's throw away from having to code your user interface in Rust and whatever, right? Have you benchmarked the performance impact of having the Anathema runtime that allows hot reload with respect to something built at compile time? So we just translate the templates into a widget tree. We don't actually do anything with the templates after that. The only reason we hang on to the templates is because we have, well, they're not even part of the templates. We hang on to the templates so we can recompile the templates for hot reloading, but that's it. So if this was done at runtime or compile time, it doesn't matter. What we could get from a compile time only solution would be stronger types, right? That we can do more with less. We can use closures for signals and all kinds of different things, right? And we wouldn't have to deal with type erasure. But this is not where the bottleneck is in this anyway, right? There isn't really a heavy bottleneck when it comes to any of this stuff in that sense, right? Cargo cache can be silly. Is it negligible? I'd say so. UI in Rust sucks, everyone knows that. I think writing a user interface in Rust can be okay. There are expressive libraries for doing that. But for building terminal applications, no. Hello, Mandy. Hi, gang. I think you might have created a new job type, front-end to develop. Oh, good grief. Oh my God, we're gonna pin that. All right. Okay, so the performance impact is that only while building the widget tree and not while using it. Correct. Because once the tree is done, there isn't really anything that we need to do with it. We need to update it as things changes, right? And there is a performance improvement waiting to be done, but that's going to happen after release because I need to rethink a lot of things, but I really want to, right? Thank you so much, C3. It's really nice to be able to work with this thing. And I'm saying that not because I like to flex, but it's really nice to... I enjoy using this because I can tinker and do things. Now, I'm not very good with design. And to me, design limitation didn't exist until I saw what other people can do with the terminal. I'm like, here I am with my borders and my background colors, and people are doing all sorts of really cool stuff, right? You need to have 10 years of front-end TUI experience. So, yeah, but like literally being able to do this, okay? Being able to do things like, right? While the program is running, you can see what these things looks like, right? And since everything is possible to break everything down into smaller components, your code doesn't have to look terrible, right? We could have expressed something like the... we could have expressed something like a Spotify UI to be a horizontal stack full of tabs, right? So we're just gonna have text for playing, and then library. What else do we have? What is that? Steam, maybe. Okay. Recommended nonsense. I don't know, right? But then inside of this thing, where we place the quote-unquote body, right? Then this thing could just be the title or the top bar, whatever it is, right? And then here you can have the player. And then you can have the footer if you want to, right? Like this, it doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be messy, right? Oh, that's cool, Abaddon. Space is someone who's been working on a game for a long time, and the game is actually really good. I played it on stream, and it was really fun, right? Later it happened with the homebrew developer. Oh, I can't see X. Hello, Peter. How you going? Yeah, I mean, it's all open source. It's all there. You can dig away at it, and please ask if you have any questions, right? But I mean, as we're doing here, like we're keeping two completely separate screens, and for a second screen, we can, you know, let's do whatever, right? Let's just chuck a border around this thing because that's all I can ever think of doing, right? Because we're in the terminal, you have to have borders, okay? But we can set the border style. We can set the border style to something else. We can make it thick, yeah? Snap, very important, muy important, you know? Right. Anyway, yeah, so I want this to exist. I care that this exists and I want to use this. I am a little bit jealous because I didn't know how good other people actually were at designing interfaces in TUIs, and I didn't even think that was a skill, right? It's like when all you've been doing your whole life is making scrambled eggs, you think that cooking is really easy, and then someone pulls out a beef bourguignon or whatever, right? And then you're like, so that's possible. So when it comes to like any parsing or building of programming languages or markup languages or anything like that, it doesn't have to be something that you can execute. It just has to become a representation of something, right? The first step you do is lexing. So you will go through the source code and you will tokenize it, because it's a lot easier to work with tokens rather than working with letters, okay? For instance, the not equal to can be one token, all right? The double equal sign is a comparison token. There's two characters in here. I know I got confused which fingers I'm using. There's two characters in here, but they represent only one token, right? Same thing with idents. So we can take Bob is equal to Bob, right? And not getting into constant evaluation, constant folding, right? So if we do this, this just translates to 3 tokens, right? We would have an ident, Bob, and then we would have an equality, and then we would have an ident again, right? Ident of Bob, right? And this is a lot easier to work with, right? Then from here on out, we can start parsing expressions and statements or whatever it is that we want to do, right? Because we're looking at these things. We're not just looking at individual characters. And lexing is arguably one of the nicer things to write, specifically in Rust. There is something, I don't say that code is beautiful. It doesn't make any sense. But what we can look at is the lexer and see how understandable it is, right? The structure of this thing, how a parenthesis becomes an operator L parent, right? So we have all this stuff because we're tracking positions and stuff. There's an error in there, but still, right? We have double tokens or double characters becoming tokens, right? That's the AND token. And then we get down to idents, numbers, strings, indents, and hex values, and done, right? There isn't really too much confusion around this. And it's quite nice to write a lexer because the code is so pleasantly structured. When you get to a parser, if we look at an expression parser, this is a pret parser. Then we need things like a precedence table. And we have expressions. Expressions are things that can return values, right? We can have unit expressions like -1. That is an expression of 1 where the operator is a minus. We have binary expressions, which is things like 1 plus 2. We have primitives, which is things like 1. We have idents, which is things like Bob, right? Strings, string literals, right? Function calls, which we have, but they're not implemented yet. So we can lex, parse, but not execute function calls yet. Arrays, lists, and maps. I don't know what an array is compared to a list. I have no idea. Oh, right. This is not an array. This is a lookup, right? But to say something to that, I would strongly recommend that you go here to this thing here. This is really good, Peter. If you start going through this thing, you should be able to consume most of this content, even though you're not programming in C or Java. It should be reasonably expandable, right? It is really good. This is a really good read. If you've never done a programming language, this will take you through how to build a programming language from scratch. It's really, really good, right? Okay. Am I missing anything? Must have that many years experience. Yes. Well, if you've never done it, it's going to seem daunting. But once you've done it a few times, you have no idea, right? 3 years in jail for match abuse. Match expression is really, match expression is amazing, right? So HStack is a token. It's an ident. So when it comes to parsing it, we don't actually parse HStack as an ident. We just parse an ident. And its position in the template says this is supposed to be an element. And then we go and look up the element in a runtime-enabled map of values. So you can add new elements as we progress. As a matter of fact, the elements that we have today, you don't even have to use them, right? You can write entirely your own element set for Anathema and name them whatever it is you want to, right? They're just default elements. And everything is written in such a way that it doesn't depend on anything specific that you don't have access to, right? So if we look inside default widgets, these are the widgets, right? And to make use of Anathema state, you just import a crate. It's just another external crate, right? There's no magic in here that ties it into the runtime or the widgets or anything like that, right? Everything that's written in here could have been written in a completely separate project, right? Now, there isn't really a reason to do this because we are covering most primitives that you might need. Horizontal collections, vertical collections, overflow, columns, rows. The only thing we don't have is an actual table, but we'll get that eventually as well, right? Well, it isn't trivial, but when you've done it a few times, it's not as complex as it was the first time. I think if someone says, I'm going to go and write a programming language this weekend, if you've never done it, it might seem like an impressive feat, right? But once you've written a bunch of parsers, or once you've written a handful of lexers and parsers and virtual machines or whatever, then this stuff isn't really that complicated. The hardest part is going to be expression evaluation, right? Or maybe you're converting it to a bytecode and running in a virtual machine. The expression and statement parsing, and not evaluation, sorry, parsing is probably the harder parts of all of it, right? It's very kind of you guys. This is really good. Hello, Chronex, how you doing? How are you this fine day? I think it's really nice though to be able to do this, and we're gonna get back into writing documentation, because if you have no documentation, no one is ever gonna use anything you do, right? The burden is on the developer, then third-party implementers, then the end user, right? Okay, these look almost like callbacks. However, they run at the end of the update cycle, not instantly. So the update cycle would be, we get global events. So maybe a mouse event. A mouse event is a little bit different from a key event. A mouse event is propagated to all the widgets. This is how we can do things like drag and drop. And we can say this widget is being dragged and is hovering over that widget. So we have all this stuff going through, right? Analysis most difficult. Yeah, then yes, that's if you're going to implement like a type system or whatever, that's going to be more work, right? Hello and good morning to you. So what was I talking about? Yeah, so the event cycle, right? So we do events, we do ticks. I think we're gonna add like an initialization step to this, that where every component can run an initialization when it's mounted or when it's attached to the tree, right? I don't know yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. So they look like callbacks, they're not callbacks. It's in the function that should be triggered by the child component publishing, right? To associate a function with the parent, use the following syntax. Okay, so in this case, when the input is emitting a text change, the parent can receive an ident text change, update username, because I can't spell, along with the value that we're publishing, right? So in this case, we are publishing the username, or we're publishing the text here. And note that we're using references, right? There are no cloning here, right? Yeah, I think if you're getting into like type theory and the likes, then it's going to be a lot more complicated. And that's way beyond my pay grade, right? Okay, so to associate a function with the parent, use the following syntax. The input component can now call context publish. Okay, so hopefully we are following through with examples here where we do publish text change, and then the parent the parent component will receive the ident, the associated ident, and the learn ident, and the value as a common val. We probably don't need to use a lifetime in the documentation, right? Hello, dev ID. You don't have to, because it's packaged with Rust. So there is no reason. There is no reason for a package manager. We already have cargo. Remember that this is just the front end, right? We're not writing any business logic or anything in there, right? You can't even write if statements inside the attributes, right? The if statements are only there as something that will turn on and off things, right? Because the language is reactive. There is such a thing as global variables, but there is no such thing as assignments, right? Because we would have to implement a reactive programming language to do this. I even looked at this thing, and this led down a very dark and murky path called macro assembly and just-in-time compilation. And in the end, that was never going to be a thing here. We would have ended up with a new programming language. And that's something I've been very, very clear on. We are never going to make a programming language out of this, because the moment we do that, we've lost. Instead of having a markup language that is nice to use together with your application, we have now invented a really shit programming language, right? That no one asked for. I have never heard of this before. So this is a pip replacement then, Cass. The parent component will receive an associated ident and the value. So in this case, we're going to say sends, or the parent will receive the associated ident, which is update username, and the value as a common val. And we are going to grab this code here, and we're going to say that this is not the input state. Instead, this is a component for, and we of course can call it parent. And this not on key. Instead, we call this receive. I'm not married to this yet, right? So the ident that we're getting is a string slice, I think. Slice. I mean, why don't we just go and have a look in the right project? No, we get state ident value. Okay, so it's going to be state ident. Oh, you know, hang on. That might be an inconsistency. All right, we're going to stop this program from running, and we're going to look at the component, and we're going to see what the order of arguments are. Right? So state is always second after self. No, it isn't. Okay, I am going to break a lot. And certainly not reinventing the way. Yes, exactly. There are already reactive programming languages out there. Okay, I am going to break a lot now, people. I'm going to break a lot. I apologize, but breaking is happening. The state is always the second argument. Wait, hang on. What reasoning is that? What dumbass reasoning is that? No, it isn't. All right. We have the event, These are the last three arguments after the function, not state being the second one. Okay, so, well, technically, that means that the delta time should have been the second argument, but we don't care about that now, right? All right, so we're good. Yes, excellent. We're going to make this context mutable so we can get this thing down on one line as well, right? On multiple lines from one line. And then here's the state should be there. That's what we do, right? So it's going to be ident state, ident value state, and malarkey. There we go, right? Isn't that what they tried to with Mojo, but then they made some really stupid marketing choices, so no one who isn't into AI hype is going to care about Mojo? I mean, just saying. All right, so ident state, we need ident value. That's a common val. And common vals are copy, so there's no concern in passing these around. I'm going to make sure that we're actually staying on top of this now. Ident value and state, and that is in fact a string slice. Ident value and state. There we go. So in this case, we can say if the ident is equal to update username, then we have a new username here, right? Username is, and then we do something like a value. And in this case, we should probably have a little bit more information about common val, though, right? Yes, that would be x.py. If you guys look at the root of the Rust compiler source code, you'll find an x.py in there. But we don't need OCaml anymore, though. That's the thing. Username is value. So how does that look like, though? What does that look like? So we now move this thing to here. And here it's already correct, so we're fine. Do we actually have this? I can't find the message undefined. Okay. Well, you don't actually, you only need Python when you build the Rust compiler. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit simple. It's all good. So really, you only need XPy when you're building Rust C. So if you're not building Rust C, then x.py holds little to no value, right? You don't need Python on that. So if you're just running Python and cargo, then, sorry, Rust and cargo, then Python isn't required. Okay. So where were we with all of this? Oh, and I need to make the emitter work. So we're going to break this thing now. And this has to do with... yeah, all right. And this has to do with this thing. So we can just use a string here. And then we can map the error, right? Apparently not. Well, I guess we just do... that. All right. So we get a string value back if there is anything of importance. So we don't have to do anything specific here. But we still propagate the error message. Now, it's very unlikely that you're ever going to get an error. So when we emit, the only time this is going to fail is if the recipient, which is not the component gets this message routed through the runtime. So the only time this should really fail is if the runtime is broken. So maybe we could expect here. This will not fail unless the runtime has stopped and the runtime is dropped. Now, why would we do this? And not have this thing on the emitter itself, right? Why wouldn't we just put this thing on the emitter? Why are we returning a result here? That's because the emitter can be sent across thread boundaries. It can even deal with async call. So you can have a Tokyo runtime running where you do a bunch of cool network stuff that will impress all the girls in the pub. There are none. And then you can emit values from there into the runtime, even though the runtime itself is not async. However, if you're running your Tokyo runtime and the user interface is shut down and the runtime is dropped, then you're emitting to no one and it can in fact fail. However, in this case, this is a component emitting to another component and the runtime will be running. Otherwise, that would not happen, right? So this error mapping thing is meaningless for now. BS Python. All right, so now we can emit through the untyped context. Why are we putting this on the untyped context? No idea. We might as well put this thing on the actual context and not have an implementation block for the untyped context. All right, good idea. All right, let's move this to the top. For some reason, I always feel like these things should be at the top. All right, it doesn't need documentation because it's a private function. And then we can get rid of this thing, right? Ugh. All right, okay, so that's an M now. There we go. Because we're already generic over T, we're using T for the state. Right? But here, the function has to be generic because we're deciding the type at the call site, not by defining the context itself based on the state. Right? Okay, what a lot of nonsense that was. So then, okay, so it was about getting the value, right? So back into the main. So what we can do now that we couldn't do half an hour ago is that we can actually emit through the context. So if I happen to have the key to another component, then I can emit through the context here. So I could do like a context.emit. Now I don't know what to put here because I don't have one, right? And then we can emit a string maybe. And that's it, right? So we can communicate between. But alas, that does not really matter now. I think people are gonna assume that you're saying that you own Tokyo and get really confused by that. So here we can take ownership of the username, but what I want to do is I want to do something like value. Can I do to common stir? Is that a thing? So isn't it state name for receive? No, it's ident value. You silly person. Ident value state. There we go. Oof. Right, yes. So this will just give us a common stir, which can then become a string as stir. This might actually throw some spanners in the works here. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Sref maybe. And then we can print out the string. We don't have to print out anything. It's a string size, right? Do whatever you want with it. More importantly, no data has been copied on the heap at this point. We are literally just sending over a reference, right? Which is pretty exciting if you know Rust. If you don't know Rust, then that was a whole bunch of bullshit. Okay, so let's get the value equal to value dot to common stir to ref. Although I think we can probably just dereference that like so. We don't actually have to call that. So let me make sure that I am not making shit up again. All right. A common string cannot be dereferenced. I feel like that's nonsense, and we should definitely be able to do that. Oh, we have as ref. Let's so target is equal to stir, and then we do that. Yeah, I mean, that is just miles better, isn't it? Than having to deal with any of that nonsense. So now this will just work. This is not going to work. This is going to work. So there's our string size. That's pretty good. Okay, so let's do to common stir and then deref that one. To common stir. Okay, I've already done it. Hooray. Okay, so let's read through this thing now. These two columns are callbacks, how they run at the end of the update cycle. The associate function with the parent use the following syntax, input bracket blah. The input component can now call context.publish. This will publish the event. So the parent component will receive the associated ident, update username, and the value as a common val. And there you go, right? I think we have the documentation that was asked for. And we're gonna update the guide now. Before we do that, though, we got a little bit of cleanup we're gonna do. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna update the guide now. That is exactly what I wanted to do. Actually, let's move that over there and let's resize this for streaming again. Oh, that is alt. Yeah, no, thank you, Mozilla. I don't need your support now. Maybe in a bit, though, the way this is going. Okay, so I wanted to stop the MD book running. I want to do a git add. And we are going to add everything in. We're going to do git commit -m associated functions rewrote components. There we go. How you doing, Anmal? Failed to push. git pull. This concerns me. What? Merge conflict. All right, so then we're going to do git merge tool, and then we're going to completely ignore everything on the right hand side. Wait, what? No, get rid of that. There we go. So this is it for components. We're going to have component exposes event handling. This trait is now required methods. The components blah. Component has to be registered. Component use the component template, but perfect. That's it. That's all there really is to using a component, right? We go to here. Oh, bollocks. Well, I mean, that is all there is to using this thing. So let's just save this pane, and we don't care about the other stuff. So bye. Close without saving. Well, I mean, you can save these things. We're not going to use them anyway, right? So git status, we're going to have some orange files that we don't care about now. So git commit, git status. I thought we would have like some untracked files now. Yeah. Okay, we're good. So now we've done that. Hello, Mark. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. I am very excited. We're about to release Anathema into the main branch. But first, we're going to do a cargo test all and fix anything I broke in my last hodgepodge updates. Look, I broke nothing. Cool. Cargo nightly clippy. No, nightly format, and then cargo clippy all. And let's see if I broke anything. Ah, look at that. Consider removing into for source. Yeah, that is some really dumbass stuff there, right? Calling copied. Yeah. Try sref copied. That might make a little bit more sense. Okay, so let's edit source expression. 374 was it? And then here we do copied, done. And then what was the next thing? It's going to be document 45. Oops. Source is source into. Yeah, that's old and meaningless. All right, Clippy, you happy? If you're happy, I'm happy. Which branch are we on? We're on feature nested queries. Okay, git, add everything, git, commit, with way too many M's. And this is now, ooh, what did we do? You've been using it? Nice. Oh, it's gonna, there's like a big improvement coming out now. There might be some breaking changes. So if you do get some, it shouldn't be too bad. But let me know. Yes, Cass, that. I have added more tests. I've added attributes tests, better queries now. I just don't remember what exactly it is that I was doing. There's a lot of cleanup. There's a lot of cleanup happening. And then what? It's not just cleanup. That's a really bad commit message, okay? Really bad. But we're going to go to github.com. And we are going to make a pull request into the dev branch here. And we're about to merge this. Ah, yes. We're going to start merging this into the main branch. So I have removed this from the documentation. So if you go here now, it no longer tells you to use the dev branch. All right. And after tonight, you should hopefully not use the dev branch anymore. And the dev branch can be for that bleeding edge thing instead, right? Branching strategy. Yeah, but since I am the only one who's developing on this, there are contributors who's done things. I need to update the examples. You like the you can use the dev branch. It's fine to use the dev branch. But I am going to be a little bit more chill with breaking changes on the main branch than the dev branch. Okay, so let's look at what we've actually done here. Yes, so what we're adding for this release, we're going to type this up though, because I do this, I write this out and announce this on Discord, right? So we have, it's now possible, all right, we're going to do feature here. Feature, embeddable templates. It's now possible to choose between a path or a template string. You're gonna have to see documentation for that. Did I document that? I don't think I did. I don't think I documented that. I did not. Ooh, Nelly. Okay, so that would be in the runtime on registering components. And that's wrong. All right. All right. That is good contributing. I appreciate it. So I need to update that part of the documentation now. So this would be template.aml. And then that's registering components, multiple instances of a component, configuring the runtime. So we have to specify here that you have two options when it comes to doing this thing. You can either, if you pass it as a string, we're going to fall back to a path. But if you call to template, it will treat it as a template string that's already been, and there's no hot reloading for that, of course, right? The template string. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be easier to work with files. So you could literally fix things while the application is running if you run into a bug, but you don't have to now, right? So before components can be used in a template, they have to be registered with a runtime. And then let's do hot swap. Should we put it under hot reload? If the template is passed as a string, the string will be assumed, the string is assumed to be a path, and hot reloading will be enabled by default. I don't know how that works on Windows. Actually, I've seen Londo use it on Windows and it worked, right? To pass a template rather than a path to a template, call to template on the template string. So we're going to copy this. So we don't need any of this stuff. We can just do that. Oh, look at that. Missing a comma. And then we do text, hello world, to templates. There we go, right? Or more likely, what people more likely is going to want is going to be something like a static template stir which is include stir template.aml, right? Like so. Hey, how you doing? Welcome back. Hello, people. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. We keep playing relay with the viewers here. All right, so now we've actually mentioned this thing. However, you missed equal in static. Oh, I sure did. We are not able to... don't play real. Yeah. For those of you who don't know that reference, is it latest or latest video? Okay, apparently not. Apparently that command is gone. Let's not worry about it though. It brought them back, yeah. Okay, so this should be doable. Let's just make sure that this actually compiles before we do anything. So, I mean, it's literally there, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Then it's not hot reloadable. I don't know if we have any means on the runtime to specify hot reload. So that's the document that specifies hot reload, and that's public. So really, we can turn it off. So let's look at the document then. Oh, the document is not specified anything, right? Relay video, yeah. It's been it's on Rogaine, those pages. If the template is passed as a string is assumed to be a path, and hot reloading we've been able to by default. To disable hot reloading, do so. Set the document. Okay, how do we do this thing, right? So if we're running it with hot reloading now, yeah. So if I go into the template and I will go into screen 1 and I say, let's do away with some of these things. Hello, everyone. All right. But if I now go into, let's break this thing. Take the document, doc dot hot reload is equal to false. Yeah, so now it's not hot reloading. So you can turn hot reloading off. There's really no reason to do it. It's, well, maybe you don't want the iNotify stuff to run, but you know. Okay, so let's do it. And let's go back to this thing. To disable hot reloading, do so on the set the document, hot reloading. Oh god, I am typing everywhere and then some. Disable hot reloading, set the document hot reload to equal false. Oh no, that's supposed to be a full stop. There we go. I hope this doesn't disappear in here though, right? I think this is fine. Ooh, hello. Yeah, we fixed that one, and then hot reloading. Okay, git commit -m explain how to disable hot reloading. Okay, so that's gonna turn up here eventually. Let's go back to the notes that we're taking for the release. It's possible to choose between between a path or a template string. Did we put that in here? It's going to be a while before this thing turns up. There we go, right? No, we don't. We don't go anywhere. Okay, there we are, right? I have not made the GIFs yet. I don't know what program we should do to make the GIFs. I kind of feel like I want to recruit Hakyo for that. I see the bug in there. Because Hakyo makes such beautiful interfaces and I make not beautiful interfaces. How did I mess this up so monumentally? What? Shh. Okay. Where's the static part in this? Is it here? It is. It's under hot reloading. No, you know what? That's kind of sucky. Let's go to runtime and find hot reloading and put it here. Let's do embedded versus, or file path versus embedded template. No. They are. If the template is passed as a string, the string it is assumed to be a path, and hot reloading will be enabled by default to pass a template rather than a path to a template called to template. So yeah, that is correct. Okay, so then we can link to that. We're just gonna amend this thing again. There we go. Let's not have git push force in our history. That's just bad idea. All right. Okay, so that is the hot reloading that we talked about, right? And then we'll link to that shortly. What else do we have? We have, oh yeah, the associated events now. I mean, everything's a feature unless specified otherwise. Assoc events no longer requires the state type to be associated with the context to publish. All right, now we have some breaking changes. Okay, breaking. All contexts now, all event contexts in the components now take the state as a type. Thank you for the follow. So we got a link to somewhere there as well. So now I can actually link to the documentation when we're talking about these things. So here we can link to this. Okay, we're gonna have to set wrap. There we go. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to copy and place this thing. Copy and place. What the flip? All right. No longer requires the site to be. All right. So no longer requires the state. Blah blah blah. Breaking all events. All right. So we'll do component next thing. We need to get to an event here somewhere, which is highlighting this thing. And of course, event handling, right? Yeah, see event handling for the context, right? We could link directly to the key, but let's just say C for the change to the function signatures. There we go. Hello, Selective. Hello, Dev. Jonathan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you all doing? Hope you had a good stream. We're in the middle of releasing something, which means things will most certainly explode shortly. We have introduced the untyped context. That's not relevant, so we're not going to mention that. To source kind. That's in the prelude. Do we need to mention that? Is this really... No, there isn't. It's just this thing being silly. What else do we have? Well, yeah, we're not going to enable that. What did you guys do? Scope. Blah, blah, blah. Do we do anything with the scope? Yeah, it has to be mutable. Let's not worry about that then. Common values. Okay, so floats can now be loaded. Floats can be loaded from attributes. They were previously missing. Attributes.get f32 thing, right? Okay, and then we have this thing. There's a bug fix when downcasting value. Bug fix downcasting values does not panic. Where does it not panic? This is in the value module. So this is for common val. So downcasting common val. I guess this is common val does not panic, and that should be in brackets, but returns none instead. All right, almost done. So this is the big one is the template things. We already mentioned that. I think we're good. Yeah, this is the context thing, which is, you know, always push on Friday. We'll do that too. Oh yeah, the context can now emit. That's a new thing, right? The event context can now emit. So all components have access to the emitter and only need the additional component ID. And then all of these have been updated. Whew. Oh, brain. Right, that's good. Okay, we're done. I'm gonna comment with no comment. I don't know why I did that. I don't need to review these changes. Let me just merge this. Merge pull request. Delete the branch. Now we're going to grab all this and we're going to paste this onto Discord. Anathema. Update. Smack. There we go. Whew, good work, Selective. All right, so that's this release. So we are going to merge this with main shortly. So that means that we have to make a new PR. I'm too tired for Happy Dance, but I kind of want to. We're gonna set this up. We're not gonna hit the merge button yet. So I'm going to make sure that everyone is there. I thought we had more people contribute. Yeah, there we go, right? I thought we had more people in there. We are going to be more open to PRs soon. If you want to make a PR for something, please speak to me. I'm not against it, but we don't have issues enabled yet because the code is not documented yet. So I don't expect anyone to go nuts with this stuff. Beta, almost beta. It feels like it could be beta, but it also feels like there definitely could be some big bugs, and I don't like big bugs, and I can lie. So I think it's fine to merge this because no one is actually using this. Yeah, I have to approve my own code here, right? Really? What's the issue? Why can't I approve this thing? Yes, you can. The docs are published. And please tell me if anything is missing. Reusable components is where you find associated functions. It's not too... most of this is example code. So it should be... you have the input, you have what you're going to publish, and what it's going to map to. So the inner component will publish, and the outer component will receive. And you have to check the identity's update username in this case because we mapped text change to update username. And you're passing a reference to the state value in a closure. That's how we transfer values to here. Can someone tell me why I can't just approve my own PR? I mean, I know I can do this, but why am I not able to approve this? All right, I sign myself. If I don't want to pass a value, can I pass a unit? You have to pass something. Well, I can make a review, but I can't approve the review. Okay, PR authors can't approve their own pull request. Okay, so I cannot do this without going this route. Okay, I understand. So I have to do this then, right? I mean, it's not associated events. It's like a whole thing, right? Boop. No, we're not doing that. I should protect the dev branch as well, maybe. If I don't want to pass a value, can I pass a unit? Why wouldn't you pass a value? Help me understand. It's a good question. And I just want to understand the reasoning behind it. Why? Because that's what this is for, to send a value to the parent. I need to understand the reasoning here, I feel. Wow, my brain is... Hello, William. I do. Yeah, I don't... No one watches on YouTube, but on YouTube is where all the VODs end up, though. Assignees are who should fix the reviews, approve it. Yeah, I didn't know that it was because it was my own PR, and I thought I had boss status and I could just review myself, but apparently I can't. I think we're kind of there. We have the guide, we have all this stuff. I should start preparing for a push to crates soon. Yes, there are the VODs for anyone who cares. Okay, I think we're gonna go get a celebratory drink of iced tea. It won't be a minute. No, generally not, but when you're the repository owner, I think it should be fine. But anyway, I'm just gonna go get a glass of iced tea and I'll be right back. Sleeping on the floor, it's very sleepy. I can't do no more, I'm tired. What are you doing with me? All right. Oh, the canvas widget. Listen to this pour. I see. Okay, the canvas widget has a problem. Let's do some bug fixing, but I think we're not even just gonna do bug fixing. We're gonna rewrite the canvas widget a little bit so it's we see if we can make it better, right? Make it better. Let's switch to Deb. Let's switch to Dev and pull and do a get branch -d nested queries. All right, so let's do a get switch -c for create bug fix canvas. That's the wrong place. Default widgets, canvas widgets. Okay, so the canvas widget is there so we can draw in the terminal, right? It's a grid that we can set and set strings to, and it is not very efficient because every cell has a canvas attribute, and that is expensive. Can't you ship nylon print, like ship it to have it printed already? So someone else will do the printing for you, like nylon printers? Okay. Let's have a look at how this works. So canvas attributes are required because we need cell attributes. Why do we have strings on here though? That's because, well, I guess we'll figure it out. Oh yeah, we definitely have to get the canvas working before the crate release. Why don't we write a demo using the canvas, okay? Let's just clear our minds and all of this in the process. Let's just get rid of this, get rid of all of this stuff, and tmugs, clear our history, and start the day afresh, shall we? All right, so let's go to temp, cargo new, draw, cargo add. Path is equal to projects, rust, anathema. And let's edit, main, get rid of that, and our base. Bam, there's anathema right there. Oh man, maybe I could. That's not a bad idea. We'll do a GoFundMe to pay for it. You're literally describing how to give people work and how to solve my problem. I don't see anything wrong with this. All right. Next time I get one of those emails that's asking me if they should rebuild my website, I'll say, no, but do you do Rust, by the way? Okay. If I need a global variable in Rust, I know they're bad most of the time. No. No. They're not bad selective duplicate. Variables cannot be bad. They can be abused. And that's probably what you mean. If you need a global variable, then create a global variable, right? There are 100,000 reasons why you should use a global variable. Like making strings, right? Blue. Two blue. Right, there you go, right? Perfectly fine. Ah, my tragus. North Korea outsourcing? Really? All right. They need to be mutable. Well, then we need something like a static blue once lock, which is a once lock new blue, right? Now we can do a blue dot Question is, do you need like one lock, one cell? What do you need? You need it to be mutable, so probably one lock, right? So we're gonna start by setting this thing, I guess, right? So set blue to string. All right, and if I want to use this now, I can just print out, whoops, blue.get, right? Ta-da! Oh, you want it to be mutable? Then why don't we set it to not blue then, right? Oh, shit. Let's do a get mute. No, it can't, because once lock does not do that, does it? But once cell would. No, only once. Well, I guess you have to write it to it many times, then you use a mutex, right? Use a mutex in that case. I found I'm always mutable in meetings. Why not, right? Hey, Andres. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How is the stream? Ugh. Yeah, static mutex will do the trick. Static mutex will do the trick for you. All right. Back to what we were doing. All this excitement, right? I have to think about the problem space more. There might be a smarter way to do this. It could be. Define what you need to do and let it go, right? Let it go. Let it go. What? Okay. Well, enough lunacy. So we have this thing. We're gonna do something with a canvas widget. That's what we're gonna do, right? So why don't we have a struct called paint? And we're gonna implement component for paint, and the state is gonna be a brush. Who doesn't want a brush? Oops, bruja. That is not Spanish for brush. All right, Okay, so let's create a struct here. Whoops, stop trying to write the letter K and succeeding. Brush. There we go, right? State. Like so. Probably 30, 40 times selective. I have seen frozen probably 30, 40 times. Spend hour debugging laser lock. I use const instead of static. Oh my god, that's kind of funny though, Vatic. That's kind of funny. Not funny that you had issues, but it's a funny little mistake to make though, don't you think? All right, so we're gonna grab a bunch of events here. And we'll do this instead. What do we need? Not, yes. Not. All right. Of course you can share, Andreas. Share away. It's all good, man. It's all tickety-boo. You're working on something cool? You have 167 people to share with. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Oh man, my ears are sort of feel a bit weird after like all the streaming today. Hello, Fungi. Did you stream today, Fungi? And did you make some progress? Okay, here we are. It's the we're gonna get the canvas now, right? So elements dot by tag canvas dot first. We only care about the first canvas. We're only gonna have one, right? First, and we're gonna do something here, right? Did not stream but made progress. I guess that's better though, isn't it? All right, we got the elements and we got the attributes. And always open source versality. What's versal again? Template. Let's make a new template.aml and let's put a border in there. Let's expand the border. Let's not expand the border. Let's put a canvas in the border. Canvas. Ooh, Nelly. Missing component index. Yeah. Okay, we have not done that yet. All right, so I'm gonna move my template aml to index.aml because I am doing that now. Okay, there is our border, and we're good. Right, let's do something with that. AWS for Zoomers, I see. Well, why not? Right, why not? So we're gonna get ourselves a canvas. Actually, that's gonna be a mutable reference. So it's just gonna be canvas, which is gonna be element 2. Canvas, right? Which means we have to bring this in. $5 a bunch is really inexpensive for cloud instance. That is the catch. Okay, canvas dot, and now we're gonna make use of the documentation for a canvas. Okay, sweetie potato, could you please close the door? Okay. Canvas is an element that can be drawn on. The canvas accepts no children. None. The canvas should be manipulated in Rust code. Thank you. The element will consume all available space and expand to fit inside the parent. There you go, right? Hello, Gandalf. So we're gonna get the canvas, and here's the attribute. Oh, we're missing things. We're missing functions. Naughty, naughty. That means that we have to go to the guide and we have to open a canvas. And we have examples, we have attributes, and we're going to have methods. So if we look at something like the overflow widgets, we're going to have a bunch of methods here, right? And okay, that's the format that we're going to take. All right. Let's have a look at the canvas then, shall we? we can open the tag bar and just read that. Actually, the tag bar might be a bit wrong. Erase, get, put, and translate. Okay, it wasn't that much. Erase, get, put, and translate. So we'll start by doing the erase. Then we're gonna do the get. I'm gonna get the get, and that was not the right thing to do. Okay. There we go, right? And then now I want 3 bobbins. 3, not 4. And then finally, por fin. No math. Translate. Okay, so what does erase look like? We need to pass in some arguments here, okay? Let's go to erase. Canvas erase. All right, so it's just a position, and we are going to call remove that thing, right? So let's do erase. Takes a position into local position. Okay. Erase a symbol. We don't call them symbols. We call them something else. Oh, what do we call them? Sigil? At position. No, glyph. At a given position in local canvas space. All right, this means erase 0, 0 is going to be the top left corner of the canvas, right? Thank you so much, Andres. Enjoy. Reinstalling at, oh my. So at work, am I posting data to the Haskell service, which database is routing queue service? I told you that yesterday. Today I posted some data and got an ID back. And then I posted some more data with the ID and got a response that the ID don't exist. I asked why, and the response was that there is cache. So I need to add a sleep for 11 minutes and then send a second request. Oh, that is funny. Oh my God, Prevent, that is some high quality software. You know what? Cache invalidation is hard, okay? Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. What are you talking about? You said it was in Postgres. You said it was Rabbit, okay? What's the cache then? Is it like memcache or what is it? What is it? Position, probably import into local position. Oh, they add. Oh, I see. Ah, well, there you go. Right. There you go. There you go. All right. So it's going to give us a car and canvas attributes, right? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the old copy and paste. I'm going to do the old copy and paste here. All right. And then I erased everything because I am a little bit simple. Okay, so this is get a glyph and get a mutable reference to a glyph. No, that's this particular character. So we're not going to use the word glyph here. Erase a character at a given position. So glyphs has a different meaning here. At least you can't get DDoS unless you DDoS the cache though, right? Oh my God. I cannot stand slow CI/CD workflows because I come from a time when deploying to production could be done in less than 30 seconds. now we have this pipeline, and I'm not talking about like the test runners and stuff. I'm talking about the pipelines. We have these pipelines that will just run for hours to deploy and do 8 kinds of dumbassery, and I'm sitting there going like, okay, so in case of an emergency, how do we do like hot fixes and stuff? Oh, well, we do the same thing. Oh, so if the business is down and the deployment takes 45 minutes and the business generates on average 150,000 in revenue per hour, then we're losing close to 110,000 because we can't do this hot fix kind of thing, right? Ah, beautiful, beautiful. You're replacing all the Haskell services? What? Why are you doing that? Don't you know that Haskell is amazing? Don't you know that Haskell is the way to go? Oh, beautiful things that we do. Okay. Stop doing that and do that instead. So get a mutable reference to the character and attributes at a given position. So this is returning an option, so that's fine. I don't think we have to specify anything there. So that was put, which does what? Okay, and here we're passing the count. This is what I don't love with this, right? Oh, it's not just that though, Hugo Doss. You have like crazy build scripts and stuff in all of this, so that you can't just bypass. I'm talking about, it's not just test runners that takes time, right? There are other things that takes time as well, right? But this, of course, depends on your product and nothing else, right? Okay, putting a character and some attributes at a given position. Now, I do not love these canvas attributes, okay? This feels very much like something that is wrong. And we're passing ownership of a small map. That's just crazy. So we're gonna do something else. Okay, here's a tricky one though. We have to put the attributes in there, right? They have to exist. So really, what we kind of should do is fill the canvas, but that's sort of bad. So to get the most performance out of our current setup, we would fill the canvas through an init step before we perform any action on it. That's bad. That's a bit shit, maybe. So yeah, I think the issue, Hakio, is that the canvas is a bit shit because we have these. For every character we want to place, we have to pass in this small map. And if you wonder why, there is a perfectly valid reason for this. It's just not very good. Because we need to store attributes for a cell. And an attribute can holds a key and then a bunch of other things, right? So we're going to store something like background or foreground or italic, and we need all these values for that. I think we're going to make the canvas bespoke instead of what it is today. Today, the canvas is a little bit loosey-goosey because it's supposed to be able to do other things. Well, let's say that we make a full screen cell here, 122 by 50... 122 by 52, right? So that's 6,700 cells, right? That means that we're going to allocate 6,700 small maps. And if we call put, here's another one we can do, right? We can do, instead of always putting, we could have had a get first. And if we can't get, then we'll put. So that would have been better. Do something I like. I'm going to do something that doesn't cause 6,700 allocations in one go, if I can, right? Now, we still work with a grid, so you still have to allocate some space somewhere for this. But I'm thinking that maybe we can do better somehow. And why is this? Why do we have canvas attributes? Because whatever we have has to implement a trait called cell attributes. The cell attribute, however, is operating on string slices. So this one is a little bit different. What we could do is a form of lookup that is static on canvas attributes. So if we do that, then we can map the cell attributes. See, we have to be able to get numbers out, hex values out, and Boolean values out. And do operations on strings. This one makes absolutely no sense. This value can be a common stir although it probably shouldn't, because we do that. So we're kind of stringify non-string values. Nah, I think we're gonna leave it as a common master like that. Okay. So this thing is fine. How do we store on a grid a bunch of values? So let's give ourselves a grid here. Like this, beautiful grid. I guess that's all we need for the width of the grid. And the height of the grid. Now, attributes change when someone changes them, right? But we start off with a completely empty grid. So there's nothing on the grid. It's just empty, right? So let's have a look at the canvas. So we end up with a vacant grid, right? So with our 6,700 values, we're still going to have 6,700 values inside this vector. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing, Cakes? How was your stream? How was your stream? What? Oh my god. Oh, you don't have an easy life, do you, Cakes? You don't have an easy life, man. What? Boy. He lied. What did he lie about that you guys are so upset about? Right? What did he lie about? Tell me. Tell me what you guys are so riled up about now. Lie and wrong. Making promises, then breaking them every stream. Are you guys new to the internet? Is that what's happening? You all must be new here then, right? He said he was going to stream Wukong and then raided you. Oh, well, the internet has never lied to me. Guess what? Guess what? That ends up in the quote file. The whole week, the title says Black Myth Wukong later, but not once did it do Wukong. But if it says the whole week, doesn't it mean, or did he say today though, right? Did he say it today? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. And you're landing on a stream where we're just in the middle of a release here, or we're fixing like this widget thing, and yeah. Oh yeah. Why would you change, Sally? Eh? I'm guessing they mean you, Galaxy Video. Thank you guys for the follow. Very nice, very nice. All right, so hello everyone, welcome Raiders. I am togglebit here on Twitch. I'm currently working on a terminal user interface library where you can draw beautiful terminal applications if you have some kind of design skill, something that I clearly lack. But there you are, right? No, I tried Helix. And it's rubbish. I don't know. I don't think Helix is any better, right? But yes, here we go, right? So I'm currently fixing one of the widgets that we have. I have to make a demo for this thing at some point. I think I had a demo, but then I broke it. All right, then I broke the demo, as one does. I don't know what this thing does. I have no idea. Hello world. This is multi-cursor demo. I can't spell. All right. Okay, that wasn't super exciting, was it? Hello, oh world. World. There we go. All right. So why is this fun? It's fun because we can do things like lol. All right, we can do things like live updates to running programs, and we can spell updates correctly as well, right? If we want to, but only if we want to. I mean, who doesn't get excited by a raid? Anyway, there's a lot you can do. This is a terrible demo. Let's not look at that. But I have this canvas widget that I want to make a little bit better. And when you want to do something really complex, right? Like Doddy did in this demo. I think I broke his demo now. Let's look at Doddy's demo and we can see how the Twitch, what have you, is going to break. All right. So when you do something like this, we actually have an insane amount of widgets on screen right now. We are doing 11,000 updates per frame. We have 6,700 widgets for the whole UI, right? Every one of those characters was a widget, right? But that's not how you normally want to create something like this, right? That was more of a thing that Doddy was explaining, or sorry, was trying out. It's all good, okay. Yeah, I think he done really good with that one, right? I think he done really good with that one. Yeah, the stream will freak out when I run that. So I can't really. But it is drawing rows and columns, right? And we have 122 by 57, 122 by 52 cells. So we are somewhere in the lines of, was it 55, 52, right? All right, 6,344 widgets, right? I said like 6,700 because I can't math, right? But 6,344 widgets on screen, all of them updating every single frame, right? And that gets a little bit tragic, right? So instead of doing that, I want to create a canvas widget where you can draw individual cells on the canvas. And these cells are not subject to the same state changes and updates that the rest of the stuff is, right? So when you make a change in the state that will affect the widget, it's going to rebuild the whole malarkey and we're off to the races, right? But we don't want to do that, right? So instead, if we can have just a little canvas that we can draw characters on, say like here's some colors, here's some styles, here's a character, get on with it, right? But that means that every individual cell needs to have some information about what it is. And I sort of threw something together some time ago called the canvas attribute, which is a string. So if they're all strings, that means that you got 6,400 string allocations. And if you're replacing all the values every frame, that means that you do 6,400 allocations every frame. And I think we can do better. I hope you think we can do better too. So, all right, so we're going to do something about this canvas attribute, about how it works. Now, I said that we have a string, but that's only if we have an owned value that has to be owned by the canvas cell itself, right? So maybe we can just make this thing into a... maybe we can make this thing into have its own unique cells. And canvas attribute should not depend on strings, right? So strings is 24 bytes on the stack, and then whatever you heap allocate as well. And since we're putting these strings, including the stack allocated aspect of it, well, normally the stack allocated aspect of it, into a collection, making it heap allocated, which means that all strings are taking up a minimum of 24 bytes, regardless of what we do with them, right? So the smallest value is going to be that. Now, I don't know. This one is always going to be 24, so it's not really anything we can do about that, right? We're going to have 32 bytes because we have to store the value somehow, right? But I'm thinking that maybe instead of storing the keys as string, we can store the keys as something else. We can store the keys as, maybe we could use bit fields for the keys kind of thing. That would be pretty good, especially since we already have something like this. But we have our dependencies going in the wrong direction for us to get that. So if we look at this, something called like the backend here, backend, and we look at the TOML file, this thing depends on, you know what? We can we depend on the backend for the widgets? Maybe we can, and I'm worrying about nothing here. We already have the backend in there. Yes, of course we do. In that case, fulfill 24 byte. I don't know what that means, Rustamski. But in that case, why don't we grab the actual thing that uses cell attributes? Then we could just use an actual cell from the backend, couldn't we? So that means that the canvas is bound to the TUI, but that's not really a problem. It wasn't going to be anything else anyway, right? So why don't we do that then? Okay, let's see. Can we find the backend here? Let me get some headphones on. I think my ears have rested enough. I don't want to be without music. Oh, we're all out without music. Okay, hang on. Fine. No one says anything. We gotta get a different music going, but we'll do something. Okay. Oh, falling asleep. Okay. What does this do? All right, this will do for now. Okay, so why don't we get the cell attributes from the backend instead, right? Somewhere we have things like, here we have attributes, right? So we're just going to reuse these things, right? Nobody cares. No, but I don't care what people think. If there's no respecting of music. This is not my music style, right? If I had it my way, I would be listening to something very different, but then the whole DMCA thing would happen and we can't win with that, right? We'd be listening to, what do we got going on here? What do we got? We got some soil work. It's pretty good. What else do we have in here? Bit of Chidnell Bottom. Bit of Misk. We're not gonna get into it. Yeah, Soilworks, great, man. Departure plan, right? Okay, any hoodles, right? Sadly, I can't play it. Nobody hates ACDC. I'm a little bit tired of ACDC. ACDC and Chili Peppers. I guess you mean Red Hot Chili Peppers. I've kind of worn out that band as well in my life. Beastie Boys. There you go, right? That's pretty good. Okay, now we can grab these attributes maybe and use them directly in our so we can create a cell for the component instead, right? Now, of course, we still need the string though. What's going on here? Yeah, although that's not a problem. Hello, Wire, how you doing? So, what did we just call this thing? Attributes. Okay, so can we get these attributes in here? Okay, let's do attributes. And then we're just going to ask politely for that guy. Okay, so the canvas attribute can just be these attributes, right? And nothing, they don't have to be anything else, right? So let's get rid of canvas attributes. And then we just store straight up attributes here. Yes. Now, obviously, I broke everything. Doing fine. Happy to hear it. So why don't we store the attributes inside the canvas itself, right? Inside the cell. So it'll be occupied and then it'll have attributes. Right? Wow. Life is easy. Life is easy with 17 errors. All right, we can do better. We can do better. Don't look. Do better. Okay. So setting a string is different because we don't need to do it. Why do we need to do so? It would have been fun because it means that we can store additional information with a cell, but it's a cell, not a tile map, so bye, I mean. All right, so setting is going to be a key and then a value. That could be a canvas attribute, so I'm thinking attributes instead. And this will return the old attributes, but guess what? We don't care. We're just going to have... Oh, no, hang on. This is setting the canvas attribute. We're not even going to have these canvas attributes anymore, right? By canvas attributes. All right, so let's just comment all this out. Get away from me, canvas attributes. All right, then we can only have the canvas here and no attributes. And I think that's fine. So put, that will be attributes. All right, and then that is going to be attributes to drain. Whoops. Attributes. If anyone has like a playlist of YouTube or whatever that is safe to play or that you think is safe to play, just link it. So we're just going to get the attributes out of here. And then set attributes for this thing. This is not what we're going to do, though. Actually, I think this looks exactly like what we're gonna do. We are gonna do this thing. We are gonna store a cell that is occupied. We have a position and some characters and some attributes. Now, why are we storing the position in the cell? That to me seems wonky, but there might be a good reason for that. Attributes are copy. Yes, they are. So they are fine to just convert into a brush. So in our demo, which is there, and what we call a brush is going to be attributes then. But then we might as well store the brush on self and not have a state. It doesn't matter which one of these we put in, so we put it in, right? All right, let's find it. Let's try this thing then, since you actually posted a link. Let's try this thing since you posted a link. All right. Okay. So setting, well, actually, we're going to place the glyph and we're going to set the attributes at this position. Oh, I know why we store the position. Because unlike the cell space that we draw on when we draw our entire interface, we are able to extend the canvas beyond the confines of the terminal, right? We can have the canvas. So this was the active choice that was made some thousands of years ago, right? Thank you so much, Ollard. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the cheer. It's really nice of you. Thank you. It's very kind of you. There has been, really? Do we have, 197, but close enough. So a canvas can actually extend far beyond the confines of the terminal. So you could do something like an actual map that you move around. I don't know why you want to do that, but you could do that. So we can offset a canvas. Actually, that would be kind of a cool thing. You can drag it with your right mouse button and paint with your left, right? You made people come back, Ollard, with your cheer. Thank you. Okay. So this makes sense why we store in the position, right? Because we're going to iterate and draw when there is something to draw, right? So I'm kind of happy with that, right? So set attribute is something that is cell attributes. So cell attributes should really implement attributes then. Oh, I'm struggling a little bit with music that has lyrics when I'm streaming. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it pans out. If they're gonna go like full on singing. I think we're gonna have to try this then. Right. I think we're gonna have to try this. Oh, it's just viewers. She started something. All right, we need a nice 200 for me. Damn it! You shouldn't look. You get cursed if you look, right? View count is like the curse of the streamer, right? There's like, okay, views are going down, views are going up. What are you doing, right? All right. So this means that there is something not implemented for attributes. Set attributes is not implemented for actual attributes. Red hot chili peppers. In Spain, they just call pimiento padrón. No. Anyway, maybe we get rid of cell attributes completely. That seems like a wild idea. to do, I call it. Speeding up 1,000 VMs, right? All right, now this command. There you go. That's what you need. Okay, right. I don't know why we have so many viewers, right? It's a stream that is tired and old, right? But let's do it, right? Oh yeah, that's because of the bots that comes in and asks us to buy viewers and shit, right? That's why. So does that mean that the command is actually bad? Oh my god. Well, you know, Paradox, the number that comes after 9, right? I can't teach you basic math. This is not that kind of stream. What do you mean 10? It's just numbers, right? Go back to school. I'm kidding. So the story behind the number is I said to anyone who's interested in streaming, always pretend that you're streaming to 10 people. It is difficult to imagine that you're in a room talking to 200 people, right? It's hard to wrap your brain around that maybe. So no matter what you do, if you have no viewers or 1,000 views or 100,000 views, if you pretend that you have 10 viewers, it's an easy conversation to have, right? With your brain. Right? It's daunting. It's a daunting prospect of talking in front of like hundreds of people, right? Exactly, you know, whatever, right? Okay, so the set attribute things is doing my head in a little bit, but we're gonna do something. Hello, Avenir. How you doing? 1/20th of a viewer. I played for hundreds of people and I did the same thing. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Okay, so we need to solve this particular problem, although we can kind of ignore this for a second. And that was it. That was a very easy change, right? Numbers are... Wouldn't that mean that they're not inflated then, right? 10 makes up a crowd? No, I don't think so. If you're streaming... If you want to get into streaming, you should definitely be able to handle 10 users, right? 10 viewers. It's a nice number that doesn't mess with your head. But if someone says you're currently talking to 200 people, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. This didn't happen, right? It just makes it a little bit easier to think about it. All right, so this is compiling until we add this thing in, right? So these cell attributes, I wonder if we can implement these for the actual UI, for these attributes here, right? So could we do something like import cell attributes for attributes? All right, and if we do that, will this now compile in all its glory, right? But we're not quite there yet because we actually have to do the implementation, right? So let's match on the key. And I guess we just have to do this. And then for anything that isn't bold, or boldly bold, to boldly go where bold man has gone be bold, and we're just going to return false here, right? I don't know what this get hex business is going to be, because that would obviously be a color. Oh, crab sticks. This is not what I want. I wanted a style. Rubbish. Okay. We have to get rid of that thing after all. All right, where's the attributes? Can we find a style in here somewhere? Yeah, so what if we just write a style to it instead of attributes? Wouldn't that be delicious? And that's gonna be style. Style, okay. Try not to call it attributes then. Okay, we're there. It's so I know if I'm about to go over 80 characters or not, right? It's more important when you're writing almost. But when I'm writing video scripts, I keep it at 60. Even though I still have the line at 80. And when I'm writing code, it can go over 80, but not too far over 80. It's more of a thing that keeps me grounded with these things, right? All right, so this is now compiling. Let's see what the complaints are. There are no complaints. Let's go up here. Okay, so this thing is now wrong because I was halfway through doing something. Okay. So can we make something out of this now? I don't know how well Tmux is going to agree with me using the mouse cursor, but let's give this a try. Then the brush should be a style, right? Is the style copy? You bet your sockets it is. There we go. So we're just gonna call the brush the style, right? Because, well, technically we could have something else, but let's just call it a style for now, right? So we're gonna grab the canvas. This should now be a mutable reference to an actual canvas. And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get a position from the canvas by translating the mouse position to local coordinates. So we can look at the documentation for how we do this. And that is not documentation at all. We call this thing translate, which doesn't have documentation yet. Awkward. All right, let's do the translation of the canvas. Translate. It takes a global position and returns a local position. So that wasn't overly confusing, really. So let's go back to our guide. Translate takes a global position and returns a local position. Translate global chords to local to the canvas chords. This means, you know what, it's fine. Yeah, I think 120 characters is what I have as well before the code has to wrap. But yeah. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is going to translate, right? So translate mouse.position. And that gives us local coordinates, right? For the canvas. Then we're going to put something at those coordinates. And we're going to put a character, a style, and a position. So the character can be X. The style can be self.brush. And the position is going to be pos, right? So that's pretty simple. I should probably document this anyway, right? So this is going to put a character at... See, we kind of named these here, so we should just put the character... Right, we'll do this. Character at a... I see what a style. At a position. And I think that's all we need, right? All right, enjoy, Parad. Oh, man, you're leaving just when we're going to do the demo here, right? Okay, so put a character with a style at a given position. Okay. Now, I think we have everything we need documentation-wise. We have this thing. All we got to do now is create some kind of style for this paint jobby. So let's add a new function where we assign the brush or the brush if you're into that. That's just going to be a style. Whoops, trying to save in text. Okay, paint. Okay, now we have to register the component, the paint component, right? So it's going to be paint here. And I don't know if we need any kind of stain for the paint, right? So let's just make a new one here. And let's create some kind of style for this thing. Let's create the style in here instead, right? Let brush equals style. reset, maybe? Is that a thing? Nope. Can't call reset. This is not what I was expecting. How do we make a new style? Reset. Oh, I wrote rest. You know, wishful thinking. Okay, so this is expecting a different type for the state, but we don't really have any state to flex with here, so we're just going to do that. Okay, so are these lines the only thing we really need to do this now? Okay, so for this to actually do anything, we should probably have some setup in terms of that. So we need to enable mouse. Hey, there we go, right? Now we can draw. Although it's constantly drawing and we can't actually select what brush to draw with, but this should be significantly faster. Oh, I think we had a little bit of an error there. This should be a lot faster than what we did with 60 odd 100 characters or whatever, right? So let's do drawing only when the mouse button is down, right? So we can check if the event is mouse down, right? So I don't know what the mouse event looks like. So before we do this, let's store the mouse event on the paint state then, right? So we call this brush. I keep calling it brush. Brush. And then every time I say brush in my head, I go bruja because I'm thinking about my dear old mom. And then let's do something like mouse here. Value string, and as impl brush. I can't help myself. It's just so much U in there, okay? Mouse will be a string new into just for you. So that will be brush new. Okay, so now when we get the event, why don't we draw or print the event to the mouse at state, right? So state.mouse.set format, and we're gonna just debug print the mouse here. Right? So whenever we move the mouse, we're gonna output that. So if we go back to draw here and we run this thing, nothing is happening. We can leave the program running because we have hot reloading and I'm pretty proud of that. All right. I didn't mean to wink at you. That was weird. So let's open up the template and let's put a vertical stack here. So we're going to put the status here and that will be border text mouse. Right? It's just state move. Okay, down and drag. So if it's down or drag, then we can deal. Seems pretty good to me. Some canvas, you do get the exact mouse location or just the character position. I don't understand the question. I wish the tunes had a little bit more drive, a little bit more bass to them, but I guess we can be okay with this. So if we're gonna match on the mouse. No, we cannot match on the mouse event. We need to match on the mouse state. Which contains this, okay? So let's fix this. I'll fill this out. If it's down or drag, then we're good to go. Everything else, we're like not impressed, mate. We're just gonna get on with it. Right, so we can actually return from here. So here we do nothing, or type 90 because that means something. And then we can now do this. So I can move the mouse and then I can draw. All right. Red John. Okay. You get the exact... okay, yeah, right. I read that message. Okay, so let's do something. Let's have something happen when we scroll the mouse wheel. Can we do that? Yeah, scroll down and scroll up. We can do that. Why don't we store a character on our paint, right? So we have the style. Let's store the pen as a character. And what should this thing start off as? Maybe that. Change color on scroll. Let's do it. Let's do it. And that means that we need a list of colors to cycle through. So let's have some colors in here as well, right? Sorry about the spelling. It's just, you know, I am the only one who can spell. So let's put some colors here. That can be, I guess that could be a static slice. Well, it could if I can type of color. Sorry, I have to do this spelling now. Got a message from her mom. Okay with me. We got nothing going on there. I wanted to ask if the API provides means to get exact pixel location of the mouse or just character position where the mouse is currently at. What's the difference? Or do you like mean pixel location in the... No, that's not how terminals work. You cannot. What am I doing? Why am I looking at this? I don't want to look at this thing. Oh yeah, color. All right. Okay, what we could do, we could store the hex value. All right, so forget that. We're gonna have a color that is a hex value, and we're gonna do something really boring here. Hex from, and we're gonna do. We start off with the black maybe. That's not gonna be legible, is it? So when we scroll the mouse. Scroll up. Then here we're going to do something else. Cable, no. And then down. And we're going to do self.color. Dot. Can we make this into... I guess what we could do is just change the green value, right? And so we're gonna, whoopsie, we're gonna take this value and we're gonna say that this is equal to this value dot wrapping add 1, yeah. So we're keeping it very boring. We could do this across the board, but then we're just working with grayscales, right? And now instead we're working with blue, I guess. Moving elements, yeah. Yeah, we could do that maybe. In one way, it's like infinite craft. Bless you. Okay, wait a second. We need to change the brush then. So self.brush.color. No, foreground.set self.color. I don't think that works. No, we would literally have to get the color out of there, but we don't have the color exposed, which is a little bit rubbish. Okay, but it is public, and that's because it's in the cross terms. Ooh, Nelly. Fiddlesticks. All right. Can we use the backend color? Whoops, color here. Or rather, can we make this work? So wherever we have the style, we do. Oh, but we probably have to go up. Get out of TUI style here. So we probably have the style here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. It's difficult. It's difficult. Okay, we're good? Yeah, we're good. So then we would make a new color here. Color RGB. And then we're just going to use our hex value for this thing. So R would be self.color dot Jeepers. Okay, you know what? You guys win. I get rid of the U. Consistency, blah, blah, blah. All right. How about you, you lock? All right, R. You happy? I mean, somewhat. Okay. G. B. Although, arguably, we could have just stored the actual color then, couldn't we? Alright, never mind this. We just need to get this working. Okay, so now we should be able to change that based on the scroll wheel. So we can do some very dark. That doesn't work at all. This is a... I don't know what it is. But it didn't work. So scrolling up and scroll down sets the brush, but apparently the brush didn't love us, and there we are. Oh, wait, no, not wait. I'm sorry, Londo. Never been juice. Why is this white? And not black? We're saying that this thing starts off as color hex value, right? All right, and the style is reset. Because you made it that way. Color gang, yeah. I mean, this is how we get cancelled. The pen, on the other hand, should be something else, right? Let's have the pen. Yeah, I'm setting the color on the brush, which is why it should change, right? So we keep adding to the green value, and then we're updating the color here. We're making sure that there is a color here, which is super weird. It could be Tmux, right? So let's cargo run this outside of Tmux. All right. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Why is this not working? We have the color. We are mutating the color. And we're setting it. Instead of drawing a character, can we draw a space with a background? I have no idea what that means, Wairu, but I think you are putting a lot of stock in the terminal here, right? We definitely end up with scroll down and scroll up events here. But it's not doing it. Okay, we're gonna do something really dumb. And we're gonna print out... Actually, what we could do is we can set the color here. So now we should see the color instead. Apparently, here we go, right? Yeah, that ain't working, right? We saw that it's changing if you scroll up and down, right? So we can now see the scroll affecting the colors. But it doesn't seem to have any impact on the drawing code, though. Well, I don't have mouse enabled here, so that's not going to work. Oh, what a mess. What we could do... So main 73, we can do this though, right? Rust GDB. Target source, no, target release. Well, building release, let's do debug though. Target debug, draw. And then break on main line 73. Function main is not, is it plus or, there we go, right? And let's run this thing, yeah. There we go. Okay, so let's print ourselves the brush then. Are you serious? Okay, hang on, we have to do that again. So let's do brush is equal to self.brush. Copy types go, yay! All right, let's do that again. Cargo build probably to make sure that we actually build this. All right, so break source main.rs:73 run sure. All right, so we're now looking at the brush rush. There we go. Next. There we go. Oh, shape. Why is the color always reset? That's pretty magical. Is it different? It is normal GDB. It just has some pretty printing things for Rust. But that's kind of bizarre though, isn't it? That's kind of mad. We're setting the foreground to be some color, but it's still turning up to be reset. What is going on? Huh? That should just create an empty style though, right? That makes no sense. Why would that be a different color? No, we're not even doing that now. Why is that not changing? This is crazy. This is absolutely natty. All right, why don't we do What do we do? Change here. Let's bring the key press event in instead, right? So we skip these two. We want to keep the key event, and we're gonna skip resize, receive, that guy, that guy. Okay. Right, what do we do now? We're gonna do all of this, but we're gonna have to make up a position for this thing. Okay. So instead of doing translate mouse, we're just gonna translate. Let's translate 10 by 10, right? Close enough. Damn it. Into. There we go. So canvas pert, self.brush. Brush is a style. So buffer pert style. Are we using this style? Oh, but it's not changing the value on there. We're not even there, right? Right? Okay, so that works. Let's put a breakpoint on there. What's the brush here? It's red. This can't be right. This is super dodgy. Why is this thing red? We have clearly modified the foreground of this thing. Right? I mean, no, we haven't. I need to do this first. So if key.getCar is X, or, you know, close to, then we set the color. All right, you dimwit. You dim-witted fool. So if it's X, then we do that. If it's Y, then we do this. Okay, makes sense? No, it doesn't. We do it anyway. Oops. Format code. All right, then. First, we're going to press X, so we're in here. Okay, this has now been set. There's no confusion that this is now set. We do this and we do a press on Y. Self.brush is hard to spell. Okay, that is black. What is this brush? That is black. What is going on? So this is clearly inside the canvas, right? So we're gonna have to go one smidgen deeper into this snake pit, right? All right, let's step into this thing. So what is this style then? Okay, this is definitely black, all right? We're all good with that. All right, position, cell ID, index, get the cell. All right, it's black. We're gonna swap the entry out now. So we're gonna replace this cell, which is just doing a swap. Is it the terminal? Yes. D says on a horse full of biscuits. Of course it's the terminal. Thank you, Bean Juice. Ah, it's the Neovim and T-Max trifecta. do a factor here. All right. So instead of doing that, we can't see that. If we run it here, well, okay, that is not the terminal then. Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay, let's make a new color here. Let's go with green. So this thing should be viewable, right? But it's not happening. Oh, green should be perfectly fine to draw. I don't know why the color is not being set. So there's obviously some dumbassery happening here. So we're going to put this on the buffer. We're going to get the position that gets us the attributes. But it should not, this should be style. Yeah. Reset is the new green. I think it could be the canvas, right? So when we're trying to put a style here, I think this is where it conks out. Or it could be when we're trying to paint. So we have an iterator here somewhere. Now this thing, there it is. You silly sausage. You absolute fiddlestick. Cell attributes are not satisfied for the style. Then what do you want? Let's go and look inside the text widgets draw code. Set what? Set style on the layout. What does that look like? What is this thing? What's the layout? Oh yeah, shit, this isn't the paint code. Get out of here, you nerd. Alright, set attributes. What's the style? That's a reference to attributes. Oh, really? Really? You don't say? Okay, what is attributes then? Fiddlesticks, cell attributes. Damn it. And that's a reference to something called attribute. Where do you come from? And don't you start? Attribute storage. Oh, you grizzly piece you are. It's attributes is what it is. Okay, so this is gonna go down some moderately hairy passages, right? That sound a lot worse than it should have been. All right, let's see where we're skulking with this thing now. So the issue, I found the issue, but we just can't call set attributes on this thing because we can't pass a style in. Instead, we have to pass in an attribute. An attribute has to have a particular trait implemented for it. But this could be just about anything. So I guess that we have to write this implementation in the backend for the style. Because that's how it is. Where is that particular is? The attribute thing. Let's find the style in here. It's these attributes combined with the style, or rather the style itself, right? So if we go and find attributes, and we look at the trait that we need for this, it is not in here. What is it called then? Is it cell attributes? Yeah. So we have to implement cell attributes for style. Okay, let's import cell attributes for style. Okay, now we should be able to do this, even though it clearly won't compile because I just made a lot of shit up. But it's compiling now. And now we have to fill in the blanks. Which is what? Let's have a look at the implementation of cell attributes inside the widgets. Impl cell at. Okay. Well, let's just copy this. Someone's smoking. Don't smoke. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Well, son, we have to talk. All right, so we're going to move this to here. Key, and then instead of doing get val and then value blah 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 blah, instead we have to do what? To get a Boolean value. Let's see how this is being used now. Does this take cell attributes? Yeah, it does. So we have to look at the surface, and the surface here, which is a funny word for nothing. Surface. Oh, why is spelling so hard? That's a test surface. That's not what we're interested in. Why is there no other surface then? I'm not loving this. I'm not loving this even one little bit. Not a sausage. All right. So, surface. Where did you go? How did we find you in the first place? There. Not even. What's my hair routine? I wake up every morning and then I do some head banging and then I go, yes, it's still there. The glue is working. I don't know. I wash myself on a monthly basis in turpentine. I have no idea the boost. I get sweaty and then I shower and I wash my hair in the process. That's my hair routine. I do use like flavored shampoo and stuff. So it basically smells of nothing. All right. You guys should check out Boppio, man. He's got those like flowing locks. He hasn't reached my age yet. He's a little bit young. He'll get grey soon. He should enjoy what he can. Not bitter. Not jealous, I meant. So, okay. So here we go. Get val. But there has to be a call to get the background, right? So where are we calling get hex in here? So it's calling get val under the who. Wait a second. No. This is the file I'm looking at. Damn it. Oh. Make a lot of testosterone. I guess if you go on like TLT, you'll actually lose your hair, right? Just get better genes. Yeah. Thank you for the follows. Man, this stream went downhill pretty quickly. Now tell me why the color isn't working. Yeah. So there is something amiss here, obviously. And the question is, why is this here? Why do we have get hex? Who's implementing get hex, all right? So here we go. This is what we're looking for. Oh, not that. But with stir, who's calling with stir in the back end? Oh, hello. Hello. How do you do? Do we even call anything with the get stir? With stir is not called? I think it is. Yeah, there it is, right? So we're looking for the foreground here. So we start off with a get hex for the key. So we can match on the key. And if this is the background, then we're going to return. Get over here. There we go, right? Now, then we're going to match on. Then we're going to get a color, right? So self dot foreground. And then anything else, we're just going to bail here. No, that key isn't there. Okay. And then here, we're going to just get the color. All right. So if this is a color hex, right? Is it hex? RGB. Then we're going to do something with this. If it's not, then we're just going to return none. Yeah, I appreciate the irony. Okay, RGB is going to be what we have here, but that's going to be the RGB value. So this is supposed to be a hex value, okay? So RG and B. Right? Okay, so that's for get hex. Yeah. Get I64 is probably not going to be used here. No. We just return none there. And then with stir is going to be the same thing. Get bool will be cool, but not in that way. So calling get hex, and then we have to do the with stir here as well. So we have to do the same match on this one. And that has to be a string. It was never writing the style. That was the problem. We were never writing the style in there. But now we are writing the style. So everything's going to be super amazing. And like your head will explode in joy because of how cool it is, right? That's a string. And then we do color from the string. It's a little bit dumbass though, right? It's a little bit stupid. What's the name? Always have to write with style. Right, so here we're going to take the foreground and we're going to map this thing. And then we're going to do F, C to stir. I don't love that. Well, apparently not an issue. Can we get like static string values for this from stir, but can we not do to stir? Are you serious? This is so shit. If we can't get string values out of there, then I don't even know what we're gonna do. No, here we go. Serialize. Oh, do I have to write this out? I don't want to enable the SERDI feature just for this. But apparently we have to. Oh my garb. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, why don't we do this then? We just grab this and then we do like a stringify thing out of there. And then we pretend that it didn't happen. Okay, so let's do a colors to string. And that has to be a static string slice. And the question is, do we're gonna match on the color. For any other color, we're just gonna do nothing, right? That is not where that key is. Come on, Rust format, don't do me like this. So we can do color to string based on the color and get a static string slice out, so we don't have to do the allocations, right? So color to string. Yes, this is fine. Let's not mix these two up though, shall we? And then here we do nothing. There's nothing to do. Damn it. But this shouldn't return anything. So what's wrong with that then? Oh, it's supposed to be an option. Okay. So now we can do this part. We don't have the get bold thing. Get bold, not get bold. All right, so we have to do... Man, it smells like cigarettes in here. That's freaking rank. Some gross person is smoking near my house. And it's coming through. Yeah. Let's just match on the key. It does, Declan, doesn't it? How you doing, buddy? Man, it's weird. It's like someone near here is smoking and it's coming through. If you're near my house and you're smoking, I would politely urge you to piss off, okay? That's not what I wanted. Did I not get it? Okay, I definitely have it. VIP. Alright, you know what? I am going freaking spare on this thing. Just paste it, please? Cron. Cross. There we go. What are you up to this fine day? Whew. Is it not self attributes? Sure is. I'm guessing through the door. Oh my god, that is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay. I realize what we're doing here. Oh my goodness, look at all this work. Okay, so contains then? Yeah. Is anyone playing anything fun these days? Anyone playing any games? Anything that's entertaining, worth getting excited about? Visions of Mana just released. Okay, that's not taking a piss. That's interesting. Why does it look so weird? Huh. It's the Secret of Mana remake. Yeah. Oh, Danaka has been going on about shapes too for a week or two. It looked pretty cool, I have to say. The Genshin impact effect. Oh my god. Okay, what about now? Yeah. Okay, that works. That's pretty good. So this was a really basic program to make. You can see the Java logo. What does the Java logo look like? Let's see what the Java logo looks like. There you go. All right, so we got some like some swishes and some crappy smoke on there, right? There you go, the Java logo. And then you get like the evil face in the background of the Java. All right. All right. The NFT is going for $1,000. And I clicked on it like a pleb. Sweden is actually a real place. I don't believe you. Why was there such a sad looking person there? Okay, so this was super basic to do. And now we have the canvas widget. Let's make this canvas widget a little bit tired then, right? They're sad because they're using Java. Bye, viewers. Bye. He said Java. Kill him. All right. So let's not do anything on key. Let's do a bunch of really awful stuff on what? Let's do it on tick. No, 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 no. Yes. No, 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 and no. All right, I deleted everything. Okay. So let's make this thing be a little bit tired, right? So let's swap characters every other tick. This is going to be a complete disaster. Notice how big it is, right? 6,344 characters every frame. We're going to swap in this thing. Okay, so we start with elements dot by tag canvas dot first element attributes. Do we? I don't think we care about the attributes. Go away, attributes. And we'll store the character on self, right? So if self dot pen is that, otherwise, yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. That will be quite annoying to watch. Do you think it's possible to do pixel art in the terminal but export in form as a sprite use? Yeah, totally, Apollo. I think making this save PNG files is probably quite trivial. You just have to translate the characters into pixels, right? Which is 3 colors in a buffer. This would be done with the PNG crate. Like, it wouldn't be much for me to do. Okay, so we're going to do this. So we're swapping pen every time. And then we say for x in 02 context.viewport.size. Oh, okay, didn't want to do that. Okay, you know how this goes, right? And then here, we're gonna set this now, right? So canvas dot put, and then what is the order we're putting in, right? Well, why don't we deploy the documentation for now? Yeah, it's color and transparency. So the position doesn't make sense because you already know the size of what you're drawing on with PNG. You already know the size of the file, so you've already. It's just going to be a one-dimensional vector or array, no vector of byte quadruplets, right? You don't have to do JSON or anything like that. You just do PNG files, right? Okay, so let's look at the documentation for put. Do we have documentation now? Yeah. All right. Put character, style, and local position. So the character is going to be self.pen. The style is going to be self.style. And the position is going to be XY. No style. Is it brush then? Oh, there's the brush again. Okay, wait, what? Oh, usize. So then we do X as U32 and Y as U32 then? U16 then. There we go. Now this isn't gonna be, this is probably gonna be very bad. And we're gonna run this in debug mode. So this is gonna be even baddier, okay? But not as baddier as saying baddier. Let's see what this looks like now. Okay, that didn't work. So we have to figure out why did that not work. We're gonna disable these things. And see, index out of bounds. The length is 1024, but the index is 1024. But why? All right, so this isn't a basic slab. $10.24. I am using NeoVim. Emacs, get out of here, Apollo. Get out of here with your Emacs shilling. Right. All right, let's put a breakpoint. Let's do this. Break on Rust Panic. Can't. And up. I kind of don't remember the first Legend of Zelda, so I think I can play that one soon for the first time, but not for the first time. How is this occupied and then also out of range? How is that possible? And also, more importantly, is why is the buffer... All right, let's try something really dumb. No, we're not off by one. There is something else. It's like we made it one. You're right. How many plugins has been written for Helix today? Or till this day? Oh, man, don't joke around with this stuff. It's too funny. Okay, so let's see what we do. With this thing, we're just going to insert a key into here. That's what we do. 122, yeah. I think you're counting the number of brackets in the one plugin. Are you taking the piss, Enrico? Oh, okay. They made their own scheme-styled language that no one is gonna learn. I predict exactly 3 plugins being written by that one guy who was trying it after he was tired of Emacs. What are you coming after me for, you twat? I didn't do anything. Back off, son. Jokes aside, probably more people than will write scripts for Helix, alright? Because no one wants to write Scheme. Also, sorry. But let's make it a challenge. No, I actually have productive things to do. Yeah, oh my god, I'm not even gonna get started. I'm not even gonna get started. Okay, so we're gonna write all these positions. So we can write into the slab, right? The cells. So we get the next ID. Did everything go all right, Scott? Could you transpile Rust into that lang? If you guys like Helix, you should use Helix, okay? It's a fine enough editor, enough memory. So how can this be occupied? Oh, at positions. So why is it not inserted? Okay. Okay, enough nonsense. Let's I don't know if it has a language. It is a scheme. If you like your brackets, then by all means, this isn't too bad to read. All right, but I'm not talking about reading it. I'm talking about writing it. Ouch. Sounds hectic. Okay, let's figure out why this thing is going out of range, right? So we have to add to our position. Let's try this again, right? Okay, so what is it that we actually have here? Okay, we have a position of 0y1. Okay, so that one has gone. Now this makes no sense. How can this have a value of y1? That's good that they fixed it though, right? Steel is the runtime for it, I think. So this, okay, I think I understand what this is doing, but yeah, so this one should only happen if we do an insertion into this thing. So we could theoretically build this up again by filling the slab with resets. That could work. And then we never get the next cell ID. We already know what the next cell ID is. So we convert this thing to an index. So we could use an insert at, but then that doesn't make any sense for the slab. The slab is supposed to contain the entry index and the cell. What does the entry do? So, okay, that is just tracking this. And what does this point to? No. The example was legible, but the thing is, if something is readable or not, doesn't mean that you can write it, right? I mean, obviously, this is subject to you knowing scheme. Of course, you're not going to write a program in language you don't know. That's ridiculous. What kind of lunatic are you, right? Okay, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. So all the cells contains the values at some position. And then here are the positions, but this doesn't make sense. This was never supposed to be this way. If we're doing it this way, we are allocating. I thought this thing stored the location, so we didn't have to do this. So given that, why don't we just store? So it stores a pointer into the slab, but this is full of empty or vacant values. So the infinitely sized canvas can't be possible with this. So maybe we should just drop the slab and write everything into what we call positions then, since we're filling this up. It would have made sense if we just stored a slab, but we don't. We could have stored the position alongside, but again, we don't, so it makes no sense. So an infinitely sized canvas is not going to happen. Not like this. Then why don't we just change this box to contain the cell then? And then we make this cell empty. Then we get rid of cells from here. And then we can get rid of this entry as well. So we're gonna get ourselves a position. We don't need a cell ID. We're gonna get an index. If index is larger than blah, this makes no. This does make sense. We could just get this thing. All right, the cell is occupied. With this, don't need the entry. Swap out that for the cell. And then we can ditch all of this code here. All right. And then to get something, we get a cell that is either empty or occupied. And instead of doing this two-step malarkey, we just get one of them, right? Okay, I need some tunes to go. We'll take whatever here. Then what is occupied is going to contain the position, the character, and the style. And we're supposed to return a mutable reference to a cell. So really, we could just do that. Be done with it. Removing a value means that we are gonna have not an occupied value, but rather do a replacement. Here we get the index. Very simple stuff. We're gonna put an empty cell at that position. Done. Drain is kind of weird. I don't think we want it. I think drain should just be an iterator. No, it shouldn't. Apparently we can drain as well. Oh, cell is empty or that. So why don't we just do self dot positions drain. What are you talking about? Oh no, it isn't. What do we use drain for? Oh, we're copying from one to the other. That's what we're doing. Oh, Vatic, yeah. Yeah, I haven't made a video on that yet, have I? Hello, D3, how you going? Okay, so really, our drain doesn't make any sense. We're gonna get rid of drain. No, we can't. We have to do this. Okay, we can iter over this thing. We're not storing the position, are we? We are. That's kind of meaningless. Then we can enumerate this. And then the position can be made from the index. I don't know if we can make an index like that. We can convert a position to an index, but can we convert an index to a position? To index, can we do from? can do that. But why would we? Yeah, Borderlands 2. Why do we need to remove the index there? Because we need to convert the position to an index. That's why. That's why we need to do this. And we're only gonna need to do it here. Okay, so to get an index, we're gonna divide it by, we're gonna have an x value that's gonna be, no, we're gonna have a y value that is going to be the index divided by size width, I think. Yeah, and the x value is gonna be the y value multiplied by the width. Now we have to change what type this is though, right? And what we call index is actually GNU index. Right. Okay, and then this has to become a U16. There we go. I is divided by width. Yeah, that's better. Wait, index? Yeah, because we want to get the remainder. Good spot, Tanak. Thank you for having useful comments in the chat, right? How about that? Actual value in the chat. My mind could possibly explode. All right, so what are we failing to return here then? We're matching on the cell. All right. What's the other issue that we have? Okay, so what do we have here? Clone is not implemented for the cell. No, it's not, is it? So we can itermutably over these things and we can swap the cells out for empty cells. So that's a little bit ropey to do, but, or a little bit weird to do, but I think it's fine. We can't take ownership of this thing. In Indiana Jones, which Jones games is that? Empty. And then we're gonna swap. Actually, we can... No, we can't. No, we have to do it this way. Hello, Temporis, how you doing? Okay, we're almost done. Oh, fiddlesticks. You also want the position. Alright. We kind of have to do this again then. Ugh. Okay, we have to write the position outside of this. I can't do that many weird Rust crimes in one day. What are you up to this evening? Like, are you streaming tonight, Londo? You know what? This is gross. Train sim, so no rusting, eh? Okay, what was I doing again? Set up the size. Oh, I see. Clone is not satisfied. You know what? You can have clone. You can even have copy on this thing if you want. Or cope. Now, wouldn't that be fun if it was clone and cope, right? Oh, that's because we already have the position. Oh. Wow. Okay. That was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. That was probably super unpleasant for you guys. Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay. That was in debug mode as well. I was expecting this thing to be a lot worse. Oh, now I feel like celebrating by not having back pain. Okay, so can we shift everything down one? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do something really stupid. What is the thing? It's a character and style. Okay. Hands, do what I want you to do, not what I'm telling you to do. Need AI hands. Okay. This should be gross enough. Alright, that's because of this thing. No, it isn't. Why is this out of bounds? We're doing a check to see if it's out of bounds. Really? That's not it? Alright. I feel like we're like this close to finishing this bloody canvas thing, and we can at least push this so people can mess around with this. So it's not going to be the infinite canvas, but it'll be something. But why is it doing index out of bounds? 112. Oh, right. Big dummy. Yeah, stop it. I'm getting a fucking seizure from this thing. Okay, that is not what I want to do. I want to do that and that. Meh. Alright, this will do. What are you talking about? Really? Is there no clone for this thing? For an option? Yeah. So why can't I do copied? The character clearly implements that, and the style implements copy and clone as well. What is going on? All right, we'll do this. We'll do get and get mute just because I have no interest in this. We're just gonna do this. Character, style, get, copied. Right. The buffer needs a get. What is going on? Oh, yeah. All right. Never mind. Nothing to see here. Okay. And I wasn't even reading the error message. Wait, this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing. I thought we could just move everything down. Oh yeah, no, and then I'm obviously overwriting it. You idiot. Yeah. But okay, this is actually working, and there's no sign of this actually stuttering, and we run this in debug mode. I think we can do this over here. There is no flickering to the drawing. I am very excited. No, but we're gonna pick the theme. We're gonna do it after the 8th of October. We're gonna pick the theme. We'll do this on stream. For those of you who don't know, right? I'm a terrible person, but that is unrelated. I try not to be. But so we're gonna do a jam with Anathema. So anyone who wants to participate should join the Discord. You don't need to be an amazing Rust programmer or anything at all. The guide should hopefully help you with a lot of the stuff. I mean, you have to know Rust. There's no way around that, right? But it's a good opportunity to learn. I don't know how long we're going to run it for. Maybe like a couple of days or something. And we are going to vote for the winner some days after. So everything is very much up in the air. But on a day, we're going to get a bunch of suggestions for the theme, and then we'll do voting and randomizing the theme, and once then we announce it, so no one can pre-build anything. And if you want to build a game or an application, is entirely up to you. It's just the theme is just the terminal, right? Yeah, we will definitely have some kind of topic for it, because otherwise people can just start today to make something and have like a head start of a week or two or whatever, right? And as fun as that is, it gets a little bit unfair. Welcome, Paul. It gets a bit unfair to the people who aren't really don't have the time to get started, right? I'm really excited. I wonder what kind of things we're going to see. I'm going to participate myself, and I'm going to run everyone's program on stream. I'm going to do this on our VPS. So if anyone writes any dodgy ass code, it's not going to be a problem. But the code kind of has to be supplied, and I would encourage you to stream this if you want to, right? I think this is going to be really exciting. Obviously, you can see where my skill level is, given that I thought I could move all the characters down, but I'm overwriting the character in the next call. Please join the Discord, Vyro, and ask. Well, I know, but ask questions in the Anathema channel if you have any questions. I'm happy to help people as much as I can. And I'm streaming this stuff daily, 5,000 times a day as well. I have no idea what I'm doing with my life. But here we are, right? I'm really excited about this thing, because this is going to be, we're practically almost out of alpha into beta. Yeah, I'm really excited. I don't know what people are going to do. It doesn't have to be a game. I think it'll be fun if people did make games, obviously, but I think applications are also cool. We did something like this a couple of years ago, and Modprog had a really cool idea. He did a guess the language, so it would pull a random code file from GitHub, and it would just start showing bits of that code file, and you had to guess which language it was. It was a multiple choice question, right? So it could just start showing a bit of code, and then you had to like hit a key for like 1, 2, 3, 4. It was like PHP, Rust, C, C++, or whatever, right? And that was pretty fun. I don't remember what Chold Woods did. Danaka did some kind of enterprise application. It was just really fun, though. It was just really fun to see all the like really cool ideas that people had, right? Coddle, I mean, not in public. Like, I'm married and stuff. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant cuddle. No, I don't know what it's called. It's probably on his GitHub, and it's quite a long time ago, right? Now I was like boringly thinking, should I make like a timer? But no, I can't because I don't know what the theme is, right? Now I think whatever it is, I wonder if I'm gonna make a game. I will probably stream my progress around this stuff. If we get 5 participants, I'll be excited, right? I don't think we get too many people, but I'm really excited, right? Oh, totally hybrid level. So Acton, who wrote Bonsai DB, I asked him if he was doing anything to have a terminal-backed database browser, but I don't know if that's possible or makes sense there. But I would like to use this database for something at some point. Okay, so how do we do this? If we're gonna like skip one row at a time, then we could just store that here. All right, so we have the Y coordinate here as a U size. Oh my God. Tim, how you doing? How you doing? Tim said the C++ is the best language. Only if you guys see me write C++ the other day. If you'd only see that, I wonder how terrified you would have been. I hope you had a good stream, Tim. I did write some C++ the other day, and it was pretty amazing. It was like the kind of code where some idiot person on TV looks at the code and go like, "Wow, the code is so beautiful." And you kind of go like, what are you talking about? This looks like work to me. There's nothing beautiful about this code. You're a lunatic. Almost, right? Almost. What did you guys grind today, right? Can you compile C++ to the web? Well, yeah, you can, Gavin. You can through WASM, right? All right. So I've just implemented a canvas widget, and I'm drawing a bunch of nonsense in the terminal. So I did a drawing program, and that's all gone now because it was terrible. I don't judge you, Tim. You gotta like what you like, man. But what did you guys do today? And how's the card game coming along, right? What are you working on, right? Dump a link to your like Steam page, right, for what you're working on now. Do a bit of self promotion. Get that promotion. Why you drink rosé wine? Because it's iced tea. Savory iced tea. Swimwear for the teams. Oh, Typecraft. Hot damn. So many raids. What's happening? All right. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Back-to-back raid. Yes. Okay. Wow. Now I have all the views on Twitch. Now the ball is in my court. All right. All right. Let's do this thing. Thank you so much for the raids. I'm guessing there's a lot of raid and run happening. What is this thing? Oh, damn it. Marketing. Hello, Sherrick. I thought it was Sherlock first, but it wasn't. Okay, we're drawing nonsense in the terminal, all right? And we're just about to release some software called Anathema, which is how you build terminal user interfaces. And I'm very excited. Custom prefab system. Really? That sounds like a Unity thing. Is it a Unity thing? I remember Unity having prefabs. I remember Unity having prefabs that magically kept disappearing as I tried to use it. This was like back in 2014, right? And I was using Unity on my MacBook Pro. Who doesn't, right? I don't know. Similar to Unity prefab, all God also knows. Is fair enough. Okay, so what we're gonna do? We're just gonna draw @signs and pipe characters in the terminal. Okay, so this is what we're doing now. Very exciting. All right, this is supposed to show some other things, but we don't have anything to show in there, right? In-house track building tool. Gotcha. Right. So since that, okay, why do I have that? Because of this, okay? Let me show you this. Let me destroy some video for you guys, okay? I'm gonna run this thing and it's gonna completely knacker the video encoding on Twitch. But this program I'm about to show you was written by one of our community members. It looks very cool. You'll be familiar with it. It's gonna knacker the code, the video stream. But they did it by making one widget or one element per character on the screen. And I'm having a canvas you can draw on instead. So this is what it looks like, okay? All right, and this is pretty cool. I have no idea how bad this looks for you guys now. I'm guessing like the video was completely destroyed by that. But what is actually happening is, no, we're not going to do tower defense. You guys can go and watch the Primogen if you want to see that. So no, instead we are going to do whatever we do, right? But the point is, he did this with with our template language that we have, right? This is all written with a bunch of templates. So we have this canvas, which does a for loop over columns, and then we have a glyph column, which does a for loop over the glyphs, and then we have the glyph itself, which is just a character, right? So this is, call it a tech demo, right? So this would be akin to making this in HTML by making every single character a div, right? Doing all right, Keen. How you doing? So instead of doing that, which will result in about 11,000 updates on my screen size here, right? Instead of doing that, we're gonna draw all this in a canvas, because on a canvas, the widgets don't have events or anything of the sort. They just whatever, right? If George Costanza named your API, I don't know. What's all George Costanza up to? Assuming you guys know him. Okay, so what's happening then? So we're gonna draw this thing. And I was thinking then, okay, can we just draw the characters moving down one by one, right? So for every tick that we have, instead of doing this, well, we could just draw. Oh, rubbish. I guess we can draw from this to self.y here, yeah. And then, no, self.y. All right, so we're gonna do from self.y, we start off at 0, and we're gonna draw something, and then we're gonna increment y, and then we're gonna flip this around, and we're gonna draw the other thing there. All right. I'm going to show you, Keen. I'm just trying out a widget. So what I'm building here isn't really what we built. I've built the thing that we use to build this thing with. To build things like this with. Okay, so now that you're thoroughly confused, let's do this again. You're ruining it. All right, so we're going to go from self.y to size.height. And I think that should be fine. Oh, I think that should be fine. So we're going to draw the bottom line there. Shit. I'm going to show you guys, though. I'm going to show you hot reloading in the terminal. It's pretty cool. But I am failing. My brain's gone, look, you got more than 2 viewers. Let's f everything up. All right. How do you do that? Nobody knows. Okay, so we start at the top, and then we're gonna do a bunch of drawing, and then we're gonna change our y coordinate. We're just gonna increment this by 1, and if self.y is equal to size.height, then we have to reset it, right? Then self.y is equal to 0. Yeah? Does that make sense? It makes sense. Dancing Linux talks. I mean, I have to get my outfit, but sure. Okay, so to draw the top, we're just gonna draw what's there with our pen, right? But then this seems pretty dumb, doesn't it? right? Like, yeah, it's just gonna keep alternating these things. And then when we get to the bottom, I mean, it looks a bit fun though. We're done, right? There we go. Okay, this is not what I had in mind. But then that's okay. So now we're gonna change our frame rate to 120 frames per second, and we're gonna run this full screen anyway, right? And this is gonna be just grand, okay? So this makes no sense, and it holds no real value other than the fact that we can redraw the whole thing without any actual flickering. Now you might not see the flickering because you're not seeing that. You see this in 30 frames per second. So to you, dear viewer, this would be more akin to that maybe. Hopefully this does not completely destroy the frame rate and what have you, right? But yeah, so this is gonna look a little bit different. Okay, we're done. Phil, thank you so much for that sub. How you doing? Okay, let me show you what we can actually do with this. All right, let me give you guys a little bit of a demo. We're gonna do a demo where we did the drawing demo. Let's just do okay, let me just do some complete nonsense here, shall we? Where should we start? We can start by showing what you can actually do with this thing, right? Just in time, indubitably, right? Let's go to well, I can show you the A-top thing, right? That's not super exciting, but why not? Cargo run. Okay, this thing will tell you that I use Arch Linux and I have 32 CPUs, okay? That's pretty cool, okay? I mean, it depends on what you think is cool, but I think it's a little bit cool. But we can do so much more with this thing, right? Alright, so notice that we have hot reloading. So as I'm saving and doing things, more information will change on screen. And we do that, and all of a sudden we got sort of an implementation of H-top, right? That is a little bit shit. But there you go, right? Okay. What else can we show from this thing, right? Why don't we do we can do floating widgets, okay? So we can do a we can put a C stack on top of all of this stuff, right? So C stack, that means that we are hang on, I forgot how my brain works. So now everything can be layered on top of each other, right? So on top of all this stuff, just like you were, you know, taught as a young programmer, we can now put alignment, center. Do you guys want center or center? You can use both. We do center today. I feel like I have been dodging that way too much, right? So let's put a border in here with a beautiful background that is red and a beautiful foreground that is black and with a K and everything. And then we're going to put some text in there. And we're going to say, look, I am here, all right? And then we do a snap, right? So now we have this floating widgets here. This is, look, I'm here. Alignment. There you go, right? We can have beautiful pop-ups inside our terminal, right? And all this is happening while it's running, right? So panning 1, okay? There we go. Whoosh. Amazing, isn't it, right? And then if you want to, we can go nuts with this thing. Right? We can go absolutely nuts. We can have the background here be black, and then the foreground, if you can spell foreground, can be magenta. Magenta doesn't get enough excitement, right? Look at that. And then on top of this thing, we can make this thing bold, all right? True. Snap. Right, then it got a little bit bored, right? So you can build applications, you can program with these things, and one of the nice things about this is that you can change the templates while it's running. You can ship the templates with your applications. So if your friend who is really good at UI design wants to do something with your program, they can change it to fit their style and everything. Let me just flex with what Jinthe has done here on Discord as well. Look what they drew, right? Because I don't have the skills they have, right? I'm going to put this in the README. I asked for permission, okay? It's all good. Right, let me detach this thing. Let me show you this thing. Look at this. How cool is this in the terminal? This looks pretty good. I want to play this. I don't know. I love this. You are here. You are safe. We got time. I mean, it seems like an inspirational quote that should just be on top of our monitors, right? You are safe. We got time, right? Did you know they made graphical updates to computers like a whole graphic? No way, Tim. That does not exist, okay? Soon, Tim, you're gonna tell me that you can run tiny little programs on thousands of cores on the graphics cards. That did not happen. That does not exist. Right? This makes me happy to see this. Right? This makes me so happy. We're gonna do a jam. We're gonna do a jam, not like preserves, but we're gonna do a jam with this thing. So if you guys want to join this, okay, I will happily give my time to anyone who's interested and has large quantities of money no money required, to join us. We're going to do a jam with this thing. So we're going to pick a theme. It's going to be in a couple of weeks. Don't sure entirely when. It's going to be in a couple of weeks. We're going to do a jam. We're going to pick a theme and we'll announce the theme when we have it. We're going to vote and then we're going to randomize it. And people who want to participate, we'll run this over a couple of days. I'm going to stream my contribution. Then we're going to committee of people who don't like me to vote on all the entries. And it's going to be amazing. It will be like a back in time, but forward in time, because we have hot reloading. Because I bet you they didn't have hot reloading in the 80s, right? Or, Anyway, we don't want to see a pop-up. This is really easy to work with. It's really easy to do things with this. You can build really beautiful things. The language is the markup language. The language is Rust on the back end. But then we have the markup language that we run with the templates. And it's reasonably simple how you work with these things. You can build reusable components, you have event system, you have internal messaging, you have everything you need. You have everything you need to live a life in the terminal and possibly die alone. It's wonderful. I recommend it. Well, not the dying part, but the terminal. No, it's really fun. It's really fun to work on this thing. And I think that we have now solved the canvas. So I'm going to publish this now. So let's do, well, you know what? We should probably make sure that the tests aren't entirely broken. Canvas. Okay, let's see. 301. Sometimes I even read the error messages. Canvas attrib new person. No, we're just going to do a style reset here. Can we do that? And then 293. We do that there as well. Reset. There we are. There we are. Okay. Can you run? I mean, you couldn't, but yeah. And yes. Okay. Cool beans. Yes, it is a markup language. It's written entirely. It's written entirely for this, right? So we have a markup language. We have a runtime. We have hot swappable templates. We have internal and external messaging, so you can send messages into your runtime. Imagine that you have this beautiful chat connected to IRC and you want to really bolster your online appearance with some KPIs. No, that's not what we're talking about. You really want to like build a nice user interface around this thing, but you don't want to run your chat on the UI thread because that could result in locking up the UI when there's network activity that's slow and so on and so forth, right? God forbid you should use blocking networking and all that, but you don't have to. You can run on a separate thread and you can just send messages in and out of the runtime. Well, mostly in, right? But you can also communicate between components and you can communicate between third-party components. So someone could write a really cool component, expose some events that you can then subscribe to, right? I don't think so, but you could if you wanted to, right? I don't use Telescope because my Vim is set up in such a way that if I run Vim or NeoVim, there is no difference, right? Carg, do go fast. Okay, now we're gonna push this thing. The first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna make sure that all tests are passing. Where are you? Hyphen all, right? I got a fancy keyboard. And I am making a lot of mistakes here. We have warnings though, and that is not okay. I mean, are they though? Yeah, look at this thing. We don't use the get I64 for the back end. and the canvas don't have common value. Okay, to the fixatorium backend. Let's do this thing. Cargo C, and we're gonna find the style line 75, close enough. And then here we're just gonna do that and return none. All right, cool beans. So there's nothing. There's no warnings left there. Let's get out of there, and let's do another cargo test. All right, and then completely fail at finding these things now. All right, so we have default widgets, default widgets, default widgets. Everything's in default widgets. This is going to be a very quick fix. Let's open the canvas and then do a cargo C just for me. There's a slab 194. We don't need that. There is a small map. Don't need that. It was too small. Cell attributes. Whoopsie doodles. Cell attributes. Don't need that. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. All right, what's the last warning? Common val. Common val. Where are you? Come on. Okay, we don't need any of these things. Get rid of all this stuff. Gone, 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 gone. Common val, gone. No warnings. Okay, got it. Let's do another test. Make sure I didn't break anything. Then we're going to do cargo nightly because we're going to format this thing. And you need nightly to format this thing like an expert. You don't, but we're going to do it anyway. I'm going to do cargo clippy. See if I introduced any kind of rubbish. I didn't. Okay, cool. Which branch are we on? We're about to release. We're on bug fix canvas. Okay, git add everything. Git commit. Or commit. It's entirely up to you, right? Updated canvas. There we go. But now we're going to make a pull request. We're going to make a pull request. GitHub. GitHub.com. Togglebit. Anathema. If you guys are interested in Anathema, you can do this. Anathema, which is a play on words. It comes from, I know there's Greek people out there, and you own all the worlds in the universe. Thank you. But there are it's a play on words because the whole end curses, right? My dot files are really bad, but if you're interested in vim config, bang and vim will show that to you. That was almost English. Okay, there we go. Let me just save image as. All right. Oh, webp. All right, we'll deal with that later then. I gotta remember to grab that image from Ginthy because it's such a pretty image, right? Gonna put it in the README. I need to make an animated GIF. So yes, with a G. Okay, there we go. Let's merge this thing. All right, confirm merge. And now the dev branch has the right one. So we're gonna tell everyone about the dev branch. But you know what we're gonna do now? Thank you, Abs. I'm gonna have to go and eat and be a parent, apparently. And I will be back tomorrow. Maybe what day is it? Oh, my watch doesn't tell. I have a fancy watch. It doesn't even tell me what day it is. I'll be back tomorrow streaming most likely. Let's find out who we're gonna raid. Sorry for passing the raid on. We got Museum, but they don't accept raiders. But we got Jotson. Jotson is doing things. So let's give Jotson a raid. I will be back. It's been really great. Thank you all for the raids. Thank you for the thank you for the bits and the subs and the raids and the follows and all the lovely things that ensues. Please join the community. It's gonna be great. We're gonna do a thing with a thing, and everyone is invited to join us. And I'm hoping to see most of ye again for my next stream. Bye for now. Where's the raid button?